right, good evening, everybody. I started a stream 10 seconds ago. Okay, it doesn't seem to be in the list of broadcasts. Good news for me then. So let's just take a quick second here and make sure everything's where it needs to be. We've got the video quality options. I can see chat. All right. So my apologies for starting so late tonight. Sometimes I give myself that 1 hour window between 7 and 8 Eastern time to start streaming. Today it actually wound up being 9 o'clock. Part of that is because I needed to run an errand, which went fine, but it was kind of far out and it was at 6:45, so it was very unlikely that I was going to be coming to the stream on time. Obviously, I did tweet it out, but I know Twitter is not that's not the primary means through which everybody finds out about me. Usually that's Twitch. Sorry, I also made dinner, which is the other reason, and it's actually quite smoky in here. So occasionally, if I take a big breath, that happens. So that'll clear out. I got a window going. I used to have a fan going, but that would sort of hurt the quality of the broadcast. So I'll manage. But all the business aside, I'm really looking forward to streaming this again. I kind of already knew that I would like I'd like this game. KitFox is a pretty reliable source of of all things delightful. With that in mind, I was given a copy of this game from KitFox. I do also have a Game Pass account, so in this case, that would have turned out anyway. But just with that in mind, it's helpful to sort of disclose when there's some sort of an interest, or just in general if you're broadcasting a game for promotional purposes. But I hope you do give this game a shot, because one thing that really interested me from the conversation last week was the number of people who kind of were interested in it, but sort of maybe didn't exactly write it off, but were like, they're going to try it a bit later because they sort of thought that it only had its gimmick. And I totally get where people are coming from on that perspective. There's a lot of kind of dating sims and a lot of games sort of in this style which kind of have their one note, and it doesn't mean they don't do it well, but it kind of takes the outrageous premise and you kind of get what you were expecting and no more. And one of the things that really came across in last week's playthrough in particular is just how far this game takes its ideas. Like it is really, really well done. And of course, we kind of already knew this because of this certainly is not KitFox's first rodeo, but it is always, it's worth reiterating, particularly here when, people might potentially be delaying or even missing out on a game like this just because they sort of feel like maybe they've seen it with something else. But with all of that in mind, let's jump into the game, and I can show you how wonderful it all is. Okay, so if I recall correctly, I had a big stack of text that I needed to deal with, but maybe let's just start with a quick run of Flutterbug Racing, and this time I think let's do an easy round. I need to feel good about myself. I don't feel good about myself. Oh, Jesus. I kind of wonder where this came from, but I'm actually really happy that this is in the game. There's no... Oh, no! Oh, that's a disgrace. Alright, we gotta do that again. I actually just really like the fact that you're playing a ladybug. Or something like it. tight. Oh no! All right, we've been making progress. Let's see if the third time we can get to the... I kind of know the strategy has to be to like hug the inner track, but the catch is that it's definitely kind of touchy in terms of maneuvering. So you've noticed I've kind of slammed into the wall a couple times. I think we got it though. Excellent. So, as is appropriate, now I get to utterly mock my my competitors. All right, phone time. So let's again. I usually tend to go from the bottom to the top. So it's surprising to me, but I've started looking forward to our outings. Is it strange to be to want to be used? Not so strange. Good. I'm strange enough already, I think. Even so, we should have an outing that isn't functional. Maybe I've been spending too much time with Moon. Let's get some sun at the park. Sure. Thank you. Okay. Sawyer. Oh. Vegan cheese. Okay. I have so much. Yeah, I have so much left over. Vegan cheese everywhere, and I'm sick of grilled sandwiches, and I thought my plan was foolproof. But here I am, a proofed fool. Let's cook something else. Yes! I'll be right there. Sawyer arrives a few minutes later. Hey, Fraggist. Yep. once a week for the last few weeks. So what are we cooking today, Chef? I brought all my leftover cheese. Mac and cheese?
Wow!
Brilliant! I knew I could count on you. I tried Googling cheese recipes, but they had all these complex instructions. I even looked at a few for mac and cheese, but they required a roux? One of them had like 50 photos of a vacation into Austria for some reason. Too intense. I could probably have figured out myself eventually, but I haven't really been sleeping. Too much stress?
Yup.
You could say that. It's stressful having raccoons living in your dorm vents. Well, and I guess summer finals are coming up soon too. I'm starting to wonder about everything. It's not a warm, fuzzy feeling. Even if I get straight A's, am I wasting the peak years of my life going into debt? Yes, I very much... Sawyer was definitely someone who... Sawyer's definitely somebody who kind of caught me off guard. I like this character quite a bit. And for what? I'm studying history, burying my nose in the past while the future burns. What would you rather do? No idea. I've been excited about so many things and then none of them worked out. I love playing video games, but that doesn't mean I want to make them. If I quit school, maybe I could do something to really change the world. Volunteer for the next mayor's election campaign, maybe. If I wait until I graduate, I'm being selfish while people suffer. But you're the coolest person I know, so if you think college is worth it... What do you think? Would you make the same decisions if you could go back in time? Finish what you start.
Man.
It's probably good advice. Half measures are bad, right? I really don't know what I want, but it'd be silly to throw away what I have. Except, I know I'm drawn to you. With your support, I feel like I can do anything. Alright. So we've got overwhelm or enthusiastic. I guess the immobilize probably makes a little more sense for the way that I use Sawyer, so... even fight a boss battle, like making mac and cheese. I know I helped last time, but maybe this time I should just watch? I mean, if I touch it, I'll just ruin it. Nonsense. Be brave.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yes, sir. Sawyer beams with excitement, fist clenched. Are they powered up?
Yeah!
Let's do this! Okay, Chef. You help Sawyer follow the steps of a baked mac and cheese with breadcrumbs. Soon enough, you're eating the fruits, or starches, of your labor. I love mac and cheese. So gooey, so comforting. This is actually better than restaurant food. How? You're like the best big brother ever.
Whoa!
Plus, I just realized we have leftovers for breakfast. This is the best. It's getting a bit late. I should get some sleep before my exams tomorrow, raccoons or not. What options do we have for... I still have no idea what to give Sawyer. Maybe the runners? Yeah, why not? Wow, that's so nice of you. Thanks. I don't mean to be a burden or in the way. I feel weird asking, but I can't help thinking it would be so rad. Can I sleep on your couch tonight, please? It's okay to say no and change your mind, really. This isn't a B&B. My couch is yours. Yay! You are the best. I'll just snuggle down and not be a bother. Night-night. You put a throw blanket over them, and they're snorting within moments. You go to bed. In the morning, they're rushing, late for class. Got a jet! Thanks again, Chief.
Bye!
Sawyer's eyes shine with admiration. The door closes softly behind them. Ah! There's so many more! I'm just gonna wait for everything to come in and then... Help! Urgent! What is Cao Cao's other title beside Chancellor? Why? Oh, he's in a test. Or, sorry, they're in a test. Oh man, I actually don't know this. I would guess this third one, but I'm not sure, and I don't actually have a phone or tablet in front of me to be able to check this out. Let's try Emperor. Nah, I'm gonna look it up. Oh, it was. Thanks. You feel a bit woozy and fatigued. A sudden sneeze interrupts your thoughts. You wonder if you're getting sick. Sorry about the last message. I was in the middle of a test. I should have had you help me cheat, even though your answer was right. Really sorry. I won't do it again. In fact, to make up for it, here's a pic of a cute dog I saw in the park. Thanks. How are you? I think I have a cold. Oh my god, hold on! You sniffle and cough. Your throat and nose feel raw and sensitive.
Hi.
Sawyer arrives after a few minutes. Whoa, you look awful. I mean, you definitely have a summer cold, but check this out. I don't know if you believe in stuff like this, but you must have a guardian angel. Just this morning, I had a sudden urge to make chicken soup. Maybe I'm a telepath. I'm just lucky.
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe you're lucky because gods and telepaths are always looking out for you. I should probably take a class on probability. Oh well. Look, my crowning glory, chicken soup, a personal medicine for Alfred's common cold. Made with my secret ingredient, admiration, and MSG. I mean, I didn't know it was for you when I was cooking it, but I'm sure it still tastes good. I can't wait to eat it. Here, let me help. You get comfortable and I'll take care of you. Sawyer pours 2 servings of soup and you sit down together. The soup is unusual. There's a floral scent and the broth is a gray-blue color. As you dip your spoon, the surface wobbles. There is no way this is normal chicken soup.
Yeah.
Bon appetit! I bet you're gonna love the soup à la Sawyer. You bring the spoon to your lips. The floral scent is stronger and slightly rotten. In a moment of bravery, you take a sip and swallow. High heat, all finishers also set enemies on fire. It tastes fruity yet familiar, and the texture is chewy. A warmth spreads from your belly. I'm wondering if Sawyer used Jell-O for this. Watching you, Sawyer's face changes into fear and dismay. You feel as if a soft golden light wrapped itself around your shoulders. What's happening? You lose consciousness. Alfred? Alfred! You wake up feeling refreshed and energized. Sawyer's by your side. Or maybe it was an energy drink? Oh my jeez, are you okay? I'm so sorry. What happened? You passed out for about 6 hours. You talk a lot in your sleep. Did you know that? But I found the problem. I used cough syrup. Like, a lot of it. You realize that's why the soup tasted familiar. Cough syrup. You feel like gagging. So I know everybody says that energy drinks taste like. No. I thought it'd add a fruity flavor, maybe some sweetness, just like a blueberry syrup. You wonder how to break it to them that blueberry syrup would also not belong in a chicken soup. I mean, maybe the syrup helped. You look much better than before. More alive. Maybe soup a la Sawyer is actually a healing potion, even more so than bubble tea. Thanks. Of course, anytime. Anything for love. Though, I'll have to stock up on more cough syrup, or blueberries, while they're in season. Sorry, if you can just give me a quick second here, I think I got notifications. I thought I had focus modes, but... Anyway, now that you're awake, I should go study for my last final. But first I got you a little gift, a thank you for all the cooking lessons. Headphones. You don't have to use them, but I thought you might have more fun with headphones in the dungeon. I love them. Well, I'm sorry again that I asked you to cheat for me. I just got too worked up. Next time, I'll think of your disapproving face. That'll keep me on track. I'm not your dad. I know that, but I still want you to think well of me, because I'm a telepath, remember? Anyway, you be good too. Enjoy the rest of the soup. Sawyer waves and closes the door softly behind them. While we're waiting for the text to come in. So, oh, different soundtrack. Interesting. We'll give that a shot later. Sometimes I feel weird about being a glaive. Like I'm told that's the best word for what I am, but it just sort of means sword. What about Gladius? Whoa, no way I'm cool enough for that. Plus, that's the name of an old video game. Though, I guess Glaive might also be a video game someday. Oop. Huh, okay, well, he's really into fish now. It's weird, I don't know your name. It's Alfred. Cool, I'm Tank, a personal trainer. Nice to meet you, or whatever. I'm letting Pocket out. Not sure where he's going. But he didn't eat breakfast, so he's probably hungry. Oh, God. Okay. I'm out of the hospital, by the way, not that you care. My near-death experience made me realize I have to come clean. What did you do? It's hard to know where to start. I stole parts of weapons, of people, to make Masamune. A chip from the dagger, a pin from the lightsaber, and so on. I'd fallen in love with each one, but they turned me away, all of them. After they rejected me, I felt like they took a part of me with them, so I took a part of them. I thought I'd reshape it into something new, something beautiful. But it knew my heart better than I did, so it became a monster. And you became a stalker. Yeah, I was obsessed with your every small kindness. I'm sorry. I really am. You don't know what it's like being unloved. Everyone loves you. You haven't been cast aside over and over again. Oh, man. So it's kind of interesting. I know Sunder, like the real Sunder, visited before. and we were actually talking a little bit about trying to, not exactly defend Eric, but try and sort of explain some of his behavior and again, just giving an idea of the mentality. It seems like we're actually reasonably close on that. Not that we were like trying to guess where this was going, but that's not my fault. Sorry again. I shouldn't make excuses. I don't deserve your pity. I'll figure out how to put things right somehow. To put things right, I need help. I can't deal with Masamune on my own. Please, you might be the only one strong enough, and he's already fixated on you. You don't have to forgive me, but until he's dealt with, he's dangerous. And I've already sent Jesse instructions. Jesse said not to worry, and now I'm worried. You've gotten so strong and independent this summer, but I'm still your mom, and and I'm still here for you. So, is something wrong? I'll handle it. Okay, but I want to say, everything's related. You probably know who's hurting you. Bring the fight to their doorstep. But if you decide to just hide in your apartment till it's time to come home, that's okay too. Thanks, Mom. You're coming home soon. I have to assume that we probably made more progress in the dungeon than we were supposed to, or possibly in more of the relationships. I should probably hide it, but I can't wait. Mom, chill. How could I possibly? I'm going to see you. Wait, you better not be thinking of staying there forever. I mean, I support you becoming fearless and independent, but you have got to come home first, okay? I miss you too much. It'll be okay. Okay, I'm trusting you. Come home now then, baby bird. Please. I have a big decision to make, and I can't figure out what to do. I'm here at Paradise Lost, hoping the cats will keep me calm. I'll be there. How you doing, Night Valian? For those of you not familiar with him, Night Valian is a soft-voiced Brazilian streamer. He's actually been going through the Metro series. He seemed to go through the first Metro game very quickly, actually. But I haven't played it yet, so I didn't want to put too much time into I don't know, like I didn't want to potentially, I don't want to say like spoil. I don't actually necessarily mind the sorts of things that like people will highlight as spoiler. Like so for instance, I got a chance to see Elkanu play Disco Elysium, and I very much want to play Disco Elysium, but and I knew that he was near the end, but like I did want to spend a bit of time with him, and so it's sort of a similar idea with Night Valiant. Like I hang out for a little bit and then, check out just check out something else to make sure that I don't spend too much time inside of the story. But the big thing for me is it is kind of nice to be able to hang out with people and see what they're up to, and in this particular case, being able to, I don't know, like, I generally find if I watch chunks of games, it's not sufficient for me to be able to like put all the details together. And it allows me to sort of be able to spend some time with streamers that I like. But one way or the other, I do know that Night Valiant does tend to stream later than me, and he also streams basically every day. So for those of you who like my stuff or maybe wonder why I'm wrapping up right around the time that you visit the broadcast, Night Valiant is a very good and very safe choice. So always appreciate being there as much as you can. Well, sometimes I know the last couple of times I've also been a bit quiet in chat, and that's just because I've been doing some work stuff in the background. And one thing I have noticed, it's a little bit like when I was in school, I would like to put a stream on quote unquote for background, and then I would tend to find that I would get really absorbed in the chat, or I would have the back and forth with people, and with that, all of a sudden you are spending more time on Twitch and you're not really doing work anymore, and suddenly it's not background, right? And then, of course, I mean, I do know that you and Uncle Cranky sometimes have a little bit of overlap with each other, so I try where I can to be a little balanced in terms of, visiting everyone's streams, because it's nice to. I know Twitch has kind of stopped counting every view, like every window that's open. I think if you have like an active window that's open, it tends to give the view to that one. So because they've started doing that, I've actually been a little bit less willing to sort of lurk in multiple channels, and I have like one which I'm actively chatting in, and then sometimes kind of do the rounds. I haven't quite figured out how Twitch handles those numbers, but anyways, one way or the other, I know you've been playing Metro lately, and it looks really good. You're probably actually going to make me wind up playing it earlier than I normally would, but I don't know if you finished it last night or not. All right. Okay, so I know you're leaving town soon, but I think I know how to defeat Eric's monster. Which, by the way, now that I've looked it up, Eric named this monster after Masamune is ridic. Somewhere out there's a gorgeous Japanese man I'd call Masamune. But this weirdo, I'm just going to call him Katana. Anyway, here's the plan. You beat him up. That's it? Well, okay, there's one other element. We're going to lure Katana into Eric's forge, where he was made, and then I'm going to do some blacksmithing magic, weaken him, and then you can spring out and fight him, okay? You know magic? I've been taking blacksmithing classes. We'll see. When you're ready, call me from the weapon shop. Keep your weapon friend sheathed as a surprise. You know how weird Eric gets when weapon folks are around. Probably be a pretty tough fight since... though, so make sure that you're ready. Really ready. Super ready, like trained 12 years for this moment ready. Aren't we in a hurry? Better careful than dead, in my opinion. But don't actually take 12 years, I guess. Okay? Okay. I've been okay, Night Valiant. Work's been a little bit mixed. I did finally get the formal offer from Ubisoft. I unfortunately don't think I'll be able to take it, just because I've been trying to pay down debt, and the job actually pays better. But the drawback is that I didn't realize that a large part of the payment for games is sort of tied to this year-end sort of like bonus and profit sharing. And so to sort of see my like weekly pay kind of just be decimated like that, and then just have kind of a big windfall at the end, is a little tough for me to work into my plans. I actually owe them a reasonably fast... I should probably give them a reply. Oh, that's crappy of me to do. Sorry, I thought I was going to get back to them in 24 hours. It's going to be a little bit longer than that. But it's given me a good idea of sort of where I stand on things. I was actually very pleasantly surprised to find out that like I am actually hireable. I've kind of internalized a lot of the just kind of the being undervalued at work, and just general, well, I mean, not just like me, but sort of the work that I do. I didn't quite realize how much I'd kind of internalized that. So between like Vancouver being really encouraging, and then sort of having an external value put on my labor, that's kind of doing something to like redress the balance. Mind you, I am like sticking at the job that hasn't been valuing me, so it's kind of hard to say that every day is a jolly good one. But I don't know. I did a presentation on something I've been working on, and it seemed to be reasonably well received, so that's good. And then I have a couple of other things that I'm working on. That's very kind of you to say, Night Valiant. And yeah, it's a very strange one, because to a certain extent, I live... And by the way, I'm sorry, we will be going back to Boyfriend Dungeon before too long. I live in a very odd... kind of double life. I mean, I think most people call this what it is, imposter syndrome or something like that. But for me, To a certain extent, I think I have a very realistic assessment of my abilities. So I feel quite comfortable and reasonably confident handling data and being able to sort of make inferences from data, particularly strange data and, unusual topics. I do think to a certain extent, my own personal undervaluing is to then turn around and look at the analysis and say, well, anybody probably could have come up with it. It just happened to be that I looked at it that way. And I think that's to a certain extent that I don't necessarily think that a lot of analysis is necessarily magic. In fact, I think for the most part, the reason why this kind of analysis is so convincing and such a good tool for bringing across a point of view is it should be accessible to other people. That doesn't mean that all of you are going to go and read a textbook, although I have some wonderful econometrics textbooks to recommend if you'd be interested. But, I'll put it to you this way. So Tanya Short, the captain of KitFox, is someone who has definitely been a mentor to a lot of people. In fact, there are very few people who I know who do not seem to have a really wonderful story about a way in which they've been helped, kind of through Tanya's efforts. And so clearly there is something that can be taught and trained. And yet on the other hand, when it comes to game design, I cannot explain what's going on there. Like, to me, that's just positively magical, being able to sort of make something out of nothing. And clearly, KitFox Games is a very talented group of game designers. It's never just one person. And I am playing something which is by a game developer, and it's wonderful. And it's, provoked interesting conversations. I've had a good time through it. And yet that process of creation is something that I can't really explain very well. And clearly, if it was it's a tricky business, right? Because it's clearly codified enough that KitFox has been able to build a business around this and to be able to hire people and have defined roles. And yet, in another sense, because it's an entertainment product, it's a creative work. It can't follow a formula in the sense that it would cease to be entertaining if it was rote. So, the funny thing is for me, like for photography, I don't feel this way. I've taken some photos that people really like. Actually, that was one really nice thing. My friends who I stayed with, they had photos that I'd forgotten and I'd given to them as gifts hanging up in their apartment. And I was kind of like, or not their apartment, their house. They have a proper house. And I actually had to tell myself, it was really funny is like the first thing I looked at, I said is like, you know what? I didn't frame Ray as, so my first friend was Christine, and then I got to know her husband, Ray. I was like, you know what? Ray's not really framed properly there. And then I kind of looked at it. I'm like, but that's a really nice moment. And I kind of reminded myself that I used to be able to take really good photographs. And then, but you can see the reaction, right? It's the first time I look at something that I know I did. It's to point out the flaw, not to talk about why it's good. They have a beautiful place. And to be honest, like the fact that stuff that I've made is hanging there, as much as any other, all the other beautiful things in their house. It actually made me feel really, really good. But sorry. So yeah, I don't want to try and make creative stuff sound too mystical, but to bring it back to what you were talking about, like the funny thing is that when I consider this type of work that they do, that really is like the mysterious, and like I have no idea how people actually do this. I just happen to be the beneficiary of it because I'm making enough money to be able to buy those. Or in the case of, obviously, I'm very grateful that KitFox sent me a key for this one. But I bought the Shrouded Isle and Moon Hunters. But But yeah, in terms of my own stuff, like it's kind of like how math formulas can't be patented because the belief is that you're just simply discovering something in nature as opposed to creating something. And as a result, I'll do an analysis and I'll feel like I've done a good analytical job, but in the end, I sort of feel the work of analysis is it's a it's something that in principle anybody could have found because it's if I'm making it up, then it's not good analysis. So yeah, I don't know. Like to a certain extent, I live in that weird place where I'm very confident in terms of what I know, but I guess overall, I don't necessarily think it's that special. So, anyways, that was probably more than you wanted in reply to that. Feels like years since I dropped you off at the airport. The house has been so quiet without you. What do you want to eat when you get home? Whatever's fine. Okay, dog food tartare it is. Just kidding. We can figure it out when you get here, love. See you soon. Okay. Introspection aside, I think we're ready to go on a couple of dates, and then we'll see if there... I mean, it may be that there's no more dungeons. I would have guessed that there were 4 based on the shelf, but that doesn't actually mean anything. So we'll go to Pacifica Park first because Rowan... I think Rowan was the first message. You like my rats? Thank you. I just wish this one was a little... I mean, the thing is that there's so much in... Boyfriend Dungeon, and there's a lot that's really worth talking about that I sometimes wish it was a little bit more about the game. We have a date with... No. Restro Bravura. Oh, that's got to be the cat. The cat. Pocket. It has a name. He has a name. You find Rowan staring off into the distance as a cat creeps up on them. Crowley seems nervous.
Nothing more.
The cat hunches down, ears flat, eyes fixed on Crowley, preparing to pounce. Pocket, stop! Crowley makes a low caw, a bit like laughter. The last cat that tried to eat Crowley lost an eye, I believe. Pocket pauses, tail lashing. Pocket turns and walks away nonchalantly, as if entirely unconcerned. See, Crowley? No need for violence. Words have power. And what about you, Alfred? How will you handle the forces that hunt you? I'm being hunted?
Yes.
Surely. At the very least, we are all hunted by death, slowly but surely. Alice, my grandmother, was the strongest witch I'd probably ever meet, and she wasn't enough. Even she wasn't enough. But I feel unprepared for how to care for her effects. The physical things I'll clean up nicely, but what about her digital remains?
Pretty bird. Hush.
Oh, hush, Crowley. I know you put your pictures online for all to see. No shame. He does what now? He has too many followers as it is, Alfred. Don't encourage him. Now that you think of it, you realize that you've seen Crowley before in a few viral videos.
Pretty bird.
Alice was also active on the line. On a line? Online? Many profiles and comments and so on. In the real world, our oils and tracks are worn away, much as our spiritual energies fade on that plane. Is it the same for digital traces, or are they permanent? Depends on the website. You know, the animal side of me wants her marks to be permanent, but if she didn't fade, it would also make it harder to let her go, and she would want me to move on. All right. Sorry, I just need a second to adjust the mic stand. Actually, sorry, I'm just going to take a second to refill my water. I'll be back in just a quick second. Okay, sorry about that. It was just a chance for me to... So I had the window like wide open. Actually, what is the temperature? That's not that bad. But yeah, it's the smoke is cleared, so I should probably... Oop, that's maybe a little too high. Yeah, anyways, it was just a chance for me to clear out everything and we're ready to go. If she didn't fade, it would also make it harder to let her go, and she would want me to move on. She was a big believer in growth. Her weapon shape wasn't even a garden trowel. Sorry, you're probably tired of me talking about her. I just don't have anyone else to talk to. You know what I mean. Someone who isn't also grieving. Someone more normal. But maybe my sense of normal's a bit skewed. How often do you think about death, Alfred? Just on my birthday. Ah, rituals are a fine time for reflection, though it seems you have almost daily reason in the dunge. If one deals with death as a profession, such as a wielder, it's irresponsible not to consider the consequences. Though we should contemplate life as well. Speaking of which, we made this for you, together.
Pretty human.
Thanks, both of you. Rowan and Crowley each make a small bow, seemingly pleased with themselves. But there are other, even more clarifying activities for growth. Love magic, for example. I've done some calculations, and it seems we may have compatible energies. I'm trying to think. Hey, Jamie Sam, how you doing? Silver ring? A thoughtful gift. I sense kinship between us. Would you enjoy it if our bodies were to meet, ritualistically, but also physically? What? Maybe? I don't know. Sorry, I can see I've startled you. Let me ask this in a different way. Would you be interested in a kiss? We may or may not explore sex later as you wish. No, just friends. Rowan bows their head in understanding. Deadly momentum. When an enemy dies, get a brief damage boost that can stack up to 3 times.
Yes.
Very well. I'll find a more suitable partner for my love magic in time. I'm sure. I appreciate the clarity.
Farewell.
I have a lot to think about. Thank you, Alfred. Blessed be. You head home. I got a bit sunburned, but I'm glad I saw you, and had the bravery to ask you. Thanks for the time. For now, the dungeon awaits us. So we'll take care of the dates that aren't Naked Steel, and then we'll head... I mean, if there isn't a new dungeon, we'll just go back to La Rosa, but mostly I just want to level up the... I've been a bit depressed lately, but you're fine. I'm really sorry to hear that, Jamie Sam. I know... one of the challenges that I run into is that I am definitely prone to melancholy, but I have a few friends that really do deal with depression, and there's a couple of things that I've found, like things that I'd like to improve in myself, which is number one, to be more understanding when they do hit that point. But the experience has actually given me an appreciation for the fact that, you know, like I kind of always knew that there wasn't a, you know, oh, just feel better kind of an answer. So, you know, with that in mind, first of all, thank you for sharing, because I know that's not something that people always necessarily want to say. But it's something we can do if there's a chance to talk it out, or if you just want to sit back and be entertained by a really good video game. I'm happy to do it. But with that in mind, I'm happy to, especially because I've sort of realized how it affects some of my own friends. It's one thing if I can, I try to be more open about, or something that I can try and be more supportive of. Although, again, I've tons of learning to do in terms of being a good friend in that case. You pet cats for a little while with Seven. He seems on edge. You get upset thinking about how sidekicks die in Chronocyte in that movie, you know? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just angry. Sidekicks are always sacrificing themselves. It's dumb. He would have been a way better hero. I wonder if Seven might be thinking about someone in particular. But if he took over for the protagonist, that would make him a villain, right? Or a spin-off. So maybe it's possible. Sungwoo says the name change wasn't his idea, and our agent talked him into it. He even invited me to make a duo with him. Lucky Seven. I don't know if he means it. Meanwhile, I've been thinking about going solo without Sungwoo. It'd be tough. But if I'm ever going to take the risk and go solo, now is probably my best chance. But if that fails, I could lose everything I've worked so hard for. Sungwoo is the more popular one, so a duo would be more guaranteed to succeed. Oh man, this sounds a lot like my decision between two jobs. Seven releases a long, unsteady breath. My thoughts keep going like this, around and around. How can I make a decision like this? Why did you get into showbiz? Well, it's sort of an accident. Sungwoo was discovered by a talent scout first, and he dragged me into it because we used to dance together to music videos for fun. I'm only in Blade Generation because of him. Maybe I'm being ungrateful. Is there anything else I should consider in my decision? What do you really want? I guess I want to be really good at something, and I want someone to love. Is there anything else I should consider in my decision? Do you trust him? I trust him. I don't trust our agent, and Sungwoo can be impressionable. Is there anything else I should consider in my decision? I can't decide for you.
Nuh-uh.
Don't worry, you're not. I just really value your opinion. You're important to me. Please, help me think it through. What would you do in my position? Yeah, no worries, Jamie Sam. It's a challenging one from a broadcasting point of view, because one of the things that I've gotten to appreciate, like, there are a few people who watch the broadcast that I am in touch with, like, outside of the context of the broadcast. And, like, so one of the first lessons I learned when broadcasting, I used to have the chat open, and I would greet people when their names came in. And that really turned people off. Some people actually really enjoy watching, right? It'd be like turning on the TV and the TV starting to talk to you. So that was an early one that I learned. But what I also learned was whether sometimes it's a YouTube comment, sometimes it's an email, sometimes it's Discord. But some people have said, it's like, hey, I just wanted to say, I've been watching for a couple of years, and I've really enjoyed it, but I really don't want to, like, basically, but I don't really participate in chats and things like that. But I kind of want to let you know that I do like your stuff. So obviously that stuff makes me feel great, because it means that people are interacting. But it's also, when people bring something of themselves to chat, especially when it's personal stuff, I always want to, I want to make sure that I'm still doing my job of putting on a show for people, but I also don't want to seem indifferent. And of course, it's I don't think there's ever like a right or a perfect answer to some of this stuff, but as much as I can, I try. I don't know. It's nice to just let people know that they're not on their own, and if there's a chance to talk about stuff, we can. Because I'm sure you've noticed I'm probably okay with the whole talking side of things. So yeah, it's the rookie mistake, right? You always think people want to be greeted, and then, you know, it turns out they don't. But that's all good. I mean, that's what growth is for, right? Anyways, please help me think it through. What would you do in my position? If it were you, what would you do? Please be honest. I mean, me, I'd probably go with Sungwoo. I'd do it with Sungwoo. You feel like this is an important decision. Seven is listening carefully. Definitely duo. Seven relaxes back into the couch with a small smile. It is so relieving to hear you say that. For a minute there, I was sure you were going to tell me to go solo. Now I don't have to act brave to impress you. I can just do the smart thing. Chain Lightning has a chance to immediately fire a second time from the enemies it hits. Sung will be so happy. It's been a while since we've hung out, just the two of us. Now we'll be on tour, just the two of us. Well, and you maybe. It actually makes me look forward to going on tour. Surprise! Did I hear something about a tour? Does that mean you made a decision? Seven sits up straighter as someone familiar-looking approaches your table. You realize you've seen his face on Blade Generation posters.
What?
Sungwoo, how did you hear that I was here? Sungwoo glances at Seven's phone. Oh, right. Our agent's tracking device. Well, now that you're here. Sungwoo, this is Alfred, the wielder I've been talking about. Alfred, Sungwoo. Sungwoo shrugs.
Hey.
Nice to meet you, Alfred. But this isn't about you. Right? I already cut up some apples for you, so I guess it's serious. As long as you help Seven make the right decision, we're on the same side. Yeah, so I thought about it from every angle. There was only one way everything made sense. We should be a duo. Lucky Seven is the perfect combination. Yeah, well, I mean, especially without the camera, right? Because if I don't talk, then I might as well not exist. I mean, if you're still up for it. Seriously? That's the best news! Oh man, we're gonna tear it up! Sorry, I am not the right person to be voicing this game. I have one condition, though. Seven raises an eyebrow. We gotta fire our agent. She'll probably sue us, but it'll be worth it. She's toxic.
What?
Who's gonna line up gigs and promotions? We'll find someone. Maybe Alfred can help out. It's not really his job, but it does seem like he'd be good at it. What do you think, Alfred? Do you want to be our agent for the summer? I can try. Seven smiles at you and squeezes your hand. Bro, it's gonna be so amazing. This is like the best moment of my life. Lucky Seven forever. Sungwoo rushes Seven and takes him into a bear hug. Seven wipes his eyes discreetly. Aw, jeez. I always forget how strong you are. Can't breathe, man. Sorry, bro. Yesterday was arm day at the gym. So I guess we should have a band meeting? A duo meeting? Soon. For now, let's celebrate. Let's get out of here before anyone recognizes us. Seven smiles. You feel yourself smiling back without realizing you're doing it. You spend the evening discussing logistics, and eventually you head home. Hey, I know it's a little silly, but I miss you already. Maybe it's a weird thing to say to your agent, but I'll hate it here without you. Let's hang out again soon. See you in the dungeon, I hope. So yeah, my guess had been 4 dungeons based on this shelf, but there hasn't actually been anything that appears in our messages, so... Of course, there might be future developments for all we know. So there was definitely Pocket. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything obvious. And I think what I'll do before Naked Steel, I'll do at least one more run in the dungeon. And then if nothing else happens, we'll go to Naked Steel. You find Pocket sitting outside Bravura. It seems closed for the afternoon. As soon as you arrive, he stands up and walks up to meet you. Pocket rubs his head against the bottom of your legs, purring. He puts his front paws on your legs, looking up into your face.
Meow.
Nice kitty.
Meow.
Pocket suddenly darts around you, pawing you playfully as if it's a game of tag. He runs towards the restaurant and you notice something hanging from his mouth. It's your wallet! The cat took your wallet? Hey! He rushes his way to the restaurant door. How did he know that it would be unlocked? You follow him in, determined to get your wallet back. You're alone in the restaurant except a tired-looking man you assume is the owner. Yes, hello, can I help you? Are you saying? Did you see a cat? Cat? No, certainly not. This is an eating establishment. You see your wallet on the floor of the restaurant. You go pick it up. All the money is still inside. A clamor rises from the kitchen. Something's gone awry. Now what? Pocket runs past, a giant fish hanging out of his mouth.
Ugh.
Oh, Lord. I suppose we should call animal control. He's already out the door. Apologize, pay for the fish. Cheese it. We'll pay for the fish. The money is only half of it, you know. I source my ingredients carefully. You're new to this game. How am I liking it? I like this game a lot, Jamie Sam. So the first time we played it, we got a chance to have some kind of interesting conversations about sort of the different motivations of certain characters. There's a bit of, I think, unfair controversy, although I think, Kit Fox actually did a very good job of taking it on board in a very even-handed way and sort of giving a lot more credit than I think some of the participants really deserved. But I mean, this is why they're better people than me, right? I did sort of spend a little too much time in the dungeon, I feel. Like, when I played a bit more, like, I feel like we didn't get as in-depth in the game in some of the topics as I'd wanted. But the last time, I actually really got to appreciate, like, the romances don't just have mechanical benefits for your weapons. Like, you do actually get invested in certain characters. I've been surprised at how many of them I've actually grown quite attached to. So the big thing that I've had to stress sort of since the last stream is that this game is definitely not just like one gimmick. Like, it's a great hook, right? You know, go into the dungeon and, you know, the dungeons, then the weapons transform into impossibly attractive people who you can date. And it's, you know, it's a fun take on, you know, on dungeon crawling. It's a fun, there's a lot of neat things that are going on inside it. But I think the one thing I do want to make sure is that this game is kind of getting its due. You know, like, I do kind of feel like the game should, I don't know, for lack of a better, like, I guess, like, I don't want the fact that dating sims have kind of become a thing and that very often they have like a good hook but they just stay at that. Like, it's a bit of a shame that something like this might be perceived that way, because it is actually a game that really takes this premise and like pushes it as far as it possibly can. I actually also think the combat's pretty interesting, but I like the fact that there is the personality for the weapons in terms of the rating, but also for the combat. So, but anyways, just please leave and make sure your animal does not come back. You hurry out the door. Outside, you don't see Pocket anywhere. You head home.
Meow.
But just after a block, you hear Happy meowing. Looking around, you find Pocket enjoying his fish immensely. Sorry, I just need one quick second here. Alright. Territorial. Finishers knock enemies back further. Looks like he saved half of it for you, untouched. You trying to bribe me? Pocket flicks his tail casually. Would you like to offer a gift? I think we're good for now. You decide not to give a gift right now. Abruptly, he freezes and his ears flatten against his head. A growl starts in his throat. The cat from before stalks into view, eyes fixed on Pocket. It walks up and starts eating Pocket's fish. Pocket doesn't seem to know how to react to this fish thief. He's frozen, eyes wide. Maybe you can be friends. You pet Pocket to calm him, though he continues to growl as his fish is eaten. Eventually, the fish is gone, and the street cat looks up, staring at Pocket. The cat leaps at Pocket's throat. The two become a writhing mass of fur and claws. It's quickly clear that Pocket is outmatched. Pocket is nearly pinned, but he squirms free and runs away full tilt. The street cat sits down and preens, cleaning its claws free of orange fur. Shoo it away. The cat flicks her tail with a hiss and stalks away. You head home. Sorry. I'm going to try and deal with this properly, and then I can focus on the broadcast again. I'm really sorry about this. I thought I was in the clear, and then I haven't checked out one of your streams in over 2 years, you think. Has anything changed in the meantime? Um, well, I mean, 2 years is a long time, so definitely um, there's quite a few. By the way, again, I'm sorry for being distracted. I just I wanted to make sure when I was given a message, I wanted to just make sure that someone was okay, and then the results have always been a little a little inconclusive in terms of the responses. So I'm just trying to make sure that they're fine and that I can move on. So I'm sorry to be distracted like this. Um, but yeah, I mean, in terms of what I've been up to, I guess one thing that changed was with Paradox. It sort of feels like that relationship sort of weakened a little bit. It used to be that I'd sort of very regularly see a key from them, and it seems like that policy has changed a little bit, which again is completely fair, right? Um, Broadcasters are never guaranteed something, and so one of the things that's actually been a nice consequence is that um, developers like KitFox and then Brace Yourself as well have kind of come in to fill those voids, and so I'm getting a chance to maybe cover more games that are specifically by Canadian developers and independent developers, and these are actually things that I'm really interested in supporting. So it's hey Olaf, good to see you. Um, Thank you very much for the host. Sorry, I had to. I was answering I was answering Jamie Sam's question, and then I got sort of sidetracked. I got a little sidetracked just to, make sure. I wanted to make sure that like I dealt with someone when I just wanted to make sure someone was okay, and then I kind of just wanted to make sure before moving on, everything got sort of squared away. So, okay. Okay, I think I'm good to go. I do apologize once again, but uh, there we go. Dude, what happened? It looks like you got beat up. There was another cat. Well, obviously, he's gonna do what he wants, I guess. I just hope he's more careful. I mean, he's a personal trainer. Gonna beat up the other cat. Okay, we are ready for a trip to the dungeon. And again, I think this is one of the small drawbacks about starting at a weird time is like obviously now this is a time I potentially would have been done. And so, it just be, if I could, it would be nice to, interesting. Okay. So Pocket and Sawyer, sorry, Pocket, 7 and Sawyer. So let's go for the highest levels and then move it down. But yeah, basically I'd normally be done around this time, right? So I have a suspicion that's probably why I was getting a few messages. We'll start at 1 again and then move on. Although I should have brought the headphones. Oh well.
Remember, they're just monsters.
But how have you been, Olaf? Sorry. And I mean, I'm sorry not to give you as clear of an answer, Jamie Sam. But that's, I mean, I've been doing my streaming thing. I've been enjoying it. I guess one thing that has changed since, I guess, for 2 years is that I have been paid to do streaming, which was an unexpected development. But that was a nice little milestone. I wonder what the real size resale price would be. That is, of course, in addition to the absolute ridiculous generosity from Wednesday's broadcast. I don't want to take that for granted. So Olaf, what do you think it's going to take us for us to get Ari to play this? They're doing okay. It's been a long day going through. It's Friday. That sweet, soothing voice should be streaming. You are impossibly... Excuse me. You are impossibly kind, Olaf. But I'm glad that I can provide a diversion for the evening. Oops. I really messed that one up. This is much more of a possible Ari game. What, as opposed to Total War? Everybody loves Greek myth. You trying to suggest that Miss Ariella wouldn't enjoy... It's like the Hades of video games. I don't understand why she wouldn't want to play Total War Troy. Have I played AoE 4? I am rather ashamed to admit that I have not. So I have a friend who worked on it, and actually another friend of mine's partner apparently is working on Company of Heroes 3. But I've downloaded Age of Empires 4, but I have not actually played any of the series. So I've been going through the Egypt tutorial for Age of Empires Definitive Edition, and that last mission actually takes quite a bit of effort. So that's as far as I've gotten. I don't know if I'll do the whole series before I play number 4, but number 4 does really look good. 3 was a bit mad, but 4 is nice. Excellent. How's the AI in it? Oh, fancy! I've never been to a very important person. I've never been a very important person past a velvet rope. Though I don't know if this counts really. There's a rope, but is it really a VIP section if there isn't a bouncer? Just enjoy it. You're right. I'm overthinking things again. Settle into a cushion, relaxing as best as they can. It's better. Yeah, the reason the friend of mine is works on AI. So if the answer was it's terrible, I'd feel bad. They did good video cutscenes too. I've not actually seen the. I really do want to play it. So. Okay. So what do you do? So now what? What do you do in the VIP section? You just sit here, being very important. Nah, I think we're good for now. This place is kind of boring. Let's go back to fighting. What do you say? I do like that the game kind of berates you for not playing it. It's just a little early in terms of when that activates. Okay, so we'll take care of 7, and I think Pocket's going to be the last one we move up just because of the relative levels. Nope, this isn't stealing. So we talked about this last week, but one feature I really like about the music for this game is the fact that when you're near monsters, like the beats kind of come in. This soundtrack is available on Apple Music, so I have occasion. The one thing that I get a little self-conscious about is that Apple Music is actually very good at recommending music for me. But it is also going to just take a look at stuff that I tend to listen to a lot on my own. Oops. Well, obviously, right? What is it going to do? Use somebody else's... Well, I guess it does use somebody else's preferences. But basically, it's a little bit like when you watch certain videos on YouTube. Like, some things will really provoke an algorithm to, like, just constantly suggest that to the exclusion of everything else. And so I've sometimes tried to moderate my video game music, not because I dislike it, but if I listen to too many soundtracks, then I tend to find that I get a lot more film and video soundtracks. And one of the things that I've really enjoyed about Apple Music is that I'm actually back, like I'm discovering new music that I like again. And so as much as I enjoy, compositions for movies and games, I'm generally going to find those on my own. Whereas, I've been listening to the jazz playlists a lot. So 7 releases a long exhale as if he's been holding his breath. You sit together quietly on one of the benches. Can't see that many stars here in Verona Beach anymore. Too much light pollution. When I was growing up, I loved stargazing at the constellations. I even had a little telescope. You like science? Both the science and the myths, I guess, yeah. Giant balls of gas, who are also heroes and creatures. I track my favorite constellation every night, the Pale Dancer, an old goddess of death and victory. Then we moved to Seoul, and I couldn't see the constellations anymore. I watch music videos instead. Can you see the constellation now? Yeah, they ain't 3 stars anyway. Look there, just over that chimney, for a triangle. He points and you squint. Eventually you find the triangle of stars that he means. I think we're okay for now. Youth Worship Explosion. For the most part, Spotify's recommendation engine works great for you, but one mistake can really screw it up. You listened to Typo Negative one time and you were inundated with a bunch of goth rock that you were really not into. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I do... It's hard for me to find music that I really don't care for. But... Yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, you know, you can enjoy a particular song or you can give it a shot. And... The difficulty, at least to my perception, and admittedly, like, there's a difference between sort of reading about these algorithms and designing these algorithms. So obviously I'm speaking as a non-practitioner. But I think one of the drawbacks is that the kinds of people who get, like, really into something can sometimes have a very dominant position on these kinds of recommendation engines. So for instance, like, this is... Not to bring it into like darker territory, but like this is one reason why conspiracy videos tended to do quite well, you know, under YouTube, because if you are into that, like you are going to watch hours of videos on that one subject. And so of course, if you happen to be a particularly good gateway video to that, you know, as far as YouTube's concerned, this is really good because, you know, they're providing content and clearly the people are getting engaged. But this explains, you know, this kind of explains the phenomena where, like, you click on one Jordan Peterson video because you heard about him in, like, a news article, and then all of a sudden you're wondering why you're, like, seeing, you know, Jordan Peterson owns feminist on, like, no, I'm not, I swear, I'm not a jerk. Like, don't, stop sending this to me. So, like, then that's just it, right? Because the people who like hearing that sort of thing, really like it. Like, you can, like again, I say this as somebody who has a few people who have asked me about him, and, like, I know that is the only thing that they watch on YouTube. You know, there's a couple of other personalities like that, but I don't want to turn it into like a list of, you know, a list of stuff that we'd rather not talk about. But that's the thing, right? Is that if I really like listening to jazz. Like, so the things if I were to go through my music history on Apple Music, some classical, particularly actually a lot of religious music lately. There's a really good playlist called Sacred Sounds. The thing is, I don't actually mind talking about tough subjects, but the drawback I've found is that I also have a tendency to talk too much about it. And, like, sometimes you just don't want to talk about stuff that doesn't matter. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like classical church music, you know, either choral or organ or whatever. So Sacred Sounds is a really good playlist for that. I was a bit surprised. I've actually, oddly enough, I've been listening to a lot of Eastern Orthodox chanting, which is great stuff. I mean, if you're in the mood, obviously I'm not going to put that on over Boyfriend Dungeon. There's some really good jazz playlists that I've been listening to, so that's been a good one. So I tend to listen to a lot of older jazz because I'm familiar with it, right? So like Thelonious Monk or Charlie Mingus or something like that. Oh, that's great. Yeah, no, that's wonderful. So I've never really been in a church choir, but you know, I mean, I like Bach on its own, but, like, a dedicated playlist has been really nice. And then I've been really enjoying, I've got replacement AirPods. So the new ones have spatial audio in them. So I've been playing around with a lot of the spatial audio. And so with that, I've been listening to everything from like Pink Floyd. So they've got a really good version of A Momentary Lapse of Reason which, if you've ever watched a movie from the 1980s, you've probably heard the track Learning to Fly, the opening one off of that album. So there's a really good spatial audio version of that. But I mean, it's been everything from like Pink Floyd to Lady Gaga to the Bee Gees. So like I've actually been like listening to like popular music again. So I've not heard from Sarah Vaughan, so that's one I should check it out. You like jazz when it's heavy or moody? I mean, there's a lot of the thing is, like, jazz is so big. Like, it's kind of like saying you like classical, because obviously, you know, sometimes I'll be listening to something like Sacred Sounds or like early, so like medieval music, but then I'll be listening to something, you know, like Shostakovich or, you know, or I mean, even the Romantics, like, is very different from the, you know, from medieval compositions, early music, and so, you know, again, it's a convenient box to put the stuff in, but it's just so different, right? Like, some people may not enjoy listening to Gregorian choirs, but they'll really like, you know, Ligeti or something like that. Well, Ligeti's a bit of a weird one if you've watched 2001: Space Odyssey or The Shining, but that's just, I mean, it's like, I don't mind it. I maybe have to be in the mood for it, but like, it's good. But oh yeah, no, there's tons of popular music that's good. If any, I mean, we're spoiled because there's just so much great music that just constantly keeps coming out. But I mean, again, my favorite filmmaker is Kubrick, and Kubrick definitely found that, you know, he couldn't really do that much better than the classics. So. Even just this little rest has recharged my batteries, I think. Let's get back to it. Seven stands and stretches into his energy blade. You feel his warmth in the electric crackle. Sorry, I've been doing a lot of digressions lately, but it's always time for music. You play some pool with Seven. What do you think? Am I more a solid or a stripe? What? Yeah, it's a weird question. I guess I just wonder how you see me. I can't help it. You're one of the only people who knows the real me, you know? It's a new feeling. Oh, that's great, Youth Worship Explosion. I have a very... Like, I know stuff that I like, and I do tend to get really attached to the stuff that I listen to, potentially to the exclusion of checking out some other stuff. So it's actually why subscription services have worked so well for me, because it has given me a chance to sort of branch out. But like you said, there's always the danger of the algorithm. So where I can, I try to change it up. Also, one thing I always do is I try to make sure that I listen to a playlist that I wouldn't normally look at, because that's how you find new stuff that you like. Cranky, thank you very much for the raid. How you doing? So we had Night Valiant in here a little bit later. So Uncle Cranky is the other streamer that I watch when I should be getting a proper rest and getting ready to have a work day. Uncle Cranky was playing Diablo 2 Resurrected the last that I saw him, but I don't believe that's what you were playing today. Raid Uncle Cranky? What the hell was I thinking there? We are not raiding Uncle Cranky. Uncle Cranky was raiding me. Anyways, sorry about that. Thank you very much for the raid, Cranky. What were you streaming today? And Jedi Lunchbox, how you doing? Did you come in from Cranky's channel? He smiles. Would you like to offer a gift? You know what? We do actually have some spare space, so maybe with the... Did we still have the... Maybe the glitter eyeshadow will work? Perfect for the stage, or autograph signings, or any day, really. Thanks for taking some time to recharge your batteries. He flares into weapon form, ready to return to the dungeon. So I think Uncle Cranky, as an ARPG streamer, should put Boyfriend Dungeon on his list. Which of the impossibly attractive swords will you want to date? Path of Exile today, a game where it is not possible to misgender a tall... Well, see, this is the thing. The swords are not genders. The swords have genders. Talwar is a scimitar, unlike some people I know who will remain nameless, System Chonk. I mean, if it's confession is good for the soul, Cranky, it's an easy mistake to make, and I don't blame you for it. I actually just kind of wish that you'd stop beating yourself up about it, personally. But for those of you who don't know, so there's a character, we've maxed out Sunder, but Sunder is a Talwar. And I can't remember why. I feel like Uncle Cranky had mentioned something about the difference. Anyways, I definitely knew that it would wind him up, and any of you who've hung out in this channel know that my general feeling is I'm not happy till he's not happy. And so I was absolutely certain to refer to the Talwar as a scimitar, which, well, I mean, you all can see from chat that this had the intended effect. But yeah. Anyways, for those of you wondering where it's coming from, although on that note, I do actually feel bad because I have occasionally misgendered a couple of the characters that I should know better. So. I need to remember Sawyer's pronouns for some reason. I've always tripped over. I catch myself and I try to correct it, but I do feel like a bit of a jackass each time I do it. So, don't. Not even that deep. I think the main character refers to Sunder as a scimitar, and it's just attributed to... Oh, is it? By the way, I'm ashamed to admit I had no idea that you have little cat footprints behind you. I'm getting a little bit better with Pocket, but this is definitely a very fun, weapon to wield. We find a more private part of the club. The ropes seem to keep the monsters away.
Wow.
Would you like to offer a gift? No, we already gave up the mackerel. Pocket curls up and seems to instantly fall into a catnap. In the cozy quiet, you soon find yourself falling into a light snooze. In a dream, you smell something delicious. You reach out to find the source and stuff it in your mouth. You bite down into something juicy yet crunchy. You slowly realize it was a tasty mouse? You wake up gagging to find Pocket staring at you intently. You sent me that dream? Pocket tilts his head curiously, but doesn't answer. You both stretch and get ready to return to battle. I've completely forgotten to use my zines. Oops. So I think this is where some of the, like, this isn't the most hardcore enemies messed up on that one. I think there's a small level up that's happened here, but on maybe floor 7. Anyways, there's a definite turn that the levels take. Pocket takes a few tentative sniffs of the warm, summery night air. You decide not to give a gift right now. He yawns and stretches luxuriously, the envy of yoga teachers everywhere. Mid-yawn, Pocket pauses, strangely alert, fur fluffing. What is it? You look around and realize you sense something too. Someone is here. A strange man steps out from the shadows, eyeing you both. All right. You found me. Don't attack. I'm Vetus Varnus. I was just taking a break from the shop, but here, I'll give you a special deal. 2 fabric for $10, basically half price. And we're done here. Stay safe. Vetus Varnus strolls back into the dungeon. Pocket hisses farewell. So actually, I'm a little curious, for those of you who do want to participate in chat, and have maybe been following the game for a little while, does anybody here have a favorite character? So, you know, I mean, there's quite a few people that I like. I could actually probably give you specific reasons why I like each character. And in some cases, it's either the writing of the character or just some particular aspects of them. But I think the character that's probably surprised me the most in terms of how attached I've gotten to them is definitely Sawyer. I mean, I can kind of go into some of the details. I think it's mostly just because there's some familiarity in terms of the interests. You like the martini glass, but they don't seem to last very long. I don't know if you're supposed to, like, sip a martini over a long time or drink them rapidly. My only experience of martinis is through Mad Men, so... I feel bad for Sunder because Chalk keeps calling... I keep calling him Sunder. Liquidate. Does anybody know what special game came out today? Nope, we're maxed. Alright, well, let's take a look and see what we can do with Rowan. So we didn't have Rowan because we've already maxed the level. But let's see what these new abilities grant us. Oops. Are you ready to rumble? No, I am not. Okay, I gotta remember that heavy attack. Time spent with friends is rarely a waste. Ah yes, spirits. Did I ever tell you about the time I met Jack Daniel? The Jack Daniel? He's a bit of a narcissist, even after death, but energetic, if you let him talk about himself. After death? Well, I spoke with his resonant echo more than his spirit per se, but yes. Fame is powerful in the emotional realm. People like Mr. Daniel thrive there. His whiskey's reportedly often not the best, but he said that wasn't the point. He had other goals. What goals? Rowan shrugs uncertainly. I didn't want to interrupt. The connection was weak. He probably sought the usual, love or power, or both. Rowan eyes you thoughtfully, but shrugs again, standing and stretching. You mean an excellent game? By an excellent company? Because I think we're talking about the same game in that case. We'll hold off on the gifts for now. Enough of this. I wonder if there's a strategy for gift give. I mean, so obviously I think there's clearly a strategy for gift giving in the sense that some gifts are more appropriate than others in terms of recipients. but I'm also curious if there's a strategy in terms of at what point in the relationship. So you could kind of think that the higher you've gone, it might make more sense just because you need that much more effort to get to the next level. But it's also true that... Nice! Nope. We started doing okay, and then I screwed up again. Hey, and we accidentally found a secret room. Why do you people not like good games? I was really looking forward to Battlefield 2042. I was actually a little disappointed when I tried to play it on my lunch break. I was having server troubles. Well, I wasn't having server troubles. DICE was, but... I guess I can head back to that. Trying to think if it's the Surprise Mechanics company or the... Electronic Arts releases Battlefield. Call of Duty Vanguard was already... Call of Duty was already out. I still haven't been able... Like, I kind of like that Christopher Maloney is in... okay, which is it? Black Ops 3, but I've found it really hard to make any progress in Black Ops 3. It just does not interest me. Played the alpha, was underwhelmed, but waiting for full release to us plebs now. Oh, is it not out for, like... Oh, my apologies. Obviously, I'm a really big fan of my EA Play account. That probably explains why I've got the server problems then. The other thing I'll say, so credit and blame where it's due. One thing I am not fond of is the ladders are very treacherous. So I've almost fallen through the world a couple of times on the ladders, and I don't think I have... Sorry, that's not true. I've successfully gone up one ladder, but obviously if you're in the middle of like a multiplayer shooter, it's I don't know. It's a bit of a it's a bit much to have that kind of mobility restricted. But I will say, so 128 player maps, like, I'm not gonna lie, the first time I played one of those and I just like ran onto the battlefield and I like went over a hill and there is just absolute mayhem everywhere, I was like, okay, this is actually really special. Like, I know I'm supposed to be one of these like too cool for school kind of guys where it's like, yeah, I only play indies, which mean things, but I'm like, this is actually really cool. And then I was like in the middle of a firefight, and like it's like really tough, right? It's like running around to try. Has your soul departed? I shall try to summon it back. Sorry, I'm talking about 2042. The other thing for me was like I was kind of like cornered, so I'm like doing my thing in the middle of like a heavy firefight, and then I just like my UI starts like glitching out and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, what's causing that? And then I like take a look to my right where like I'm hearing a rumbling and like there's a tornado. I'm like, ah! So like that was, I mean, again, it's the stuff that you see inside of trailers, but like definitely that game is really good at invoking like the trailer moments. You will totally get caught up in a firefight and there's a tornado that comes out of nowhere and you get to decide whether or not you're going to be in the Wizard of Oz or face your antagonist. So it was fun. Like it's a little rough around the edges, I will confess, but I'm garbage at those games. Like I think maybe my KDA is 1, if I'm lucky, but that's not stopped me from enjoying it when I've gotten a chance to play. So I am looking forward to some more of it. Although, obviously, I'd love it if there was a single-player campaign. There's great reasons why there isn't one, but you know. I'm screwing up. I was hoping I could take on the boss again. There is, incidentally, very little reason for me to continue on in the dungeon. We've already beaten the boss, and we're at the top level we can get with all of our weapons. But I don't see dating as purely instrumental. Obviously, we're gonna come here and we're gonna do what we. Well, we'll do our best. I don't know if we'll get to the end, but. Well, go on then. The stage is waiting for you. Why not you? You know why not. Look at me. Now look at you. You're the extrovert, with all your energy, meeting new people, adventuring into dungeons. You try to interrupt and correct them, but they don't let you get in a word in edgewise. Your heart has led you this far, and it's done well for you. Now what does it say? I could tell jokes? You can't quite finish the sentence without laughing. The idea seems preposterous. Well, suit yourself, but mark my words, one day you will be under the spotlight. All eyes will be on you, and your true self will be shown to the world. For better or for worse. You decide not to give a gift right now. Until then, we journey onwards. So I'm guessing probably some of the plants might be a good idea for Rowan, but... Oh, I was trying to remember, there's somebody who is in chat. You know what, I'll just say it in general. Anybody in chat like reading my blogs and does not know that I actually posted a new one? Because I can give a link if so, but if all of you already know and have read it, then no need to belabor the point. But I have been trying to get that thing read a little bit more, so... I'll stick with Rowan. Ah! That's the one. I didn't want to out the game designer as the person who provoked it, because like obviously not everybody has a strong opinion about like games not being allowed to be sold, but that was not a conversation invented for the purposes of writing a blog. That was actually a genuine response to actually it was in response to some Activision stuff that had come up. I think their position was that basically Activision Blizzard should cease to be a company, that they've kind of lost their right to be a company, and then it kind of progressed on to the idea that studios in general should not be, well, games and studios should not be traded, that basically they should be held by the original owners until they fold, and then if the company does fold, that the game should enter into the public domain. And while that might seem like a really extreme or a really unusual or like I'll be honest with you, it's a position that I do not share for what I think are some very sensible reasons. it's also one that I don't want to dismiss because I know that person has worked for a developer that's gone under. So, you know, like it's not like they're just thinking of it as some kind of an academic exercise. Like they are actually someone who is. I don't believe they were specifically affected by the closure, but definitely like a place that they had good thoughts and feelings about was affected. So I wanted to try and... What should I do? Don't ask me. You're the extrovert, with all your energy meeting new people, adventuring into dungeons. You try to interrupt and correct them, but they don't let you get a word in edgewise. Your heart has led you this far, and it's done well for you. Now what does it say? I'm not a performer. Well, suit yourself, but mark my words, one day you will be under the spotlight. All eyes will be on you, and your true self will be shown to the world, for better or worse. Until then, we journey onward. So that was just so I could get my health up. I saw you expressing childlike glee at the toggle legacy button in Diablo 2 Resurrection. Someone worked super hard on that and deserves remuneration. Yes, again, I don't want to speak on behalf of the individual, but I think their argument would be that the individuals who created the game have in fact been paid, and that that whoever is profiting from it is in fact the owner, who, you know, may not necessarily have been directly responsible for the creation of it. So I suppose the example that I would give would be the fairly famous example that the Gearbox bonuses were quite a bit less than what I think the staff were expecting. And while I'm not 100% sure about it, I believe at least part of the explanation was that the company counted the cost of a new Canadian studio against the profits, which incidentally, I believe if it were accounting like for tax purposes or for like a quarterly report, I believe would not be permitted. I think you have to sort of, like, you can't just take the capital costs can't be taken all at once. They have to be depreciated. But the idea here is that there's a lot of people who put a bunch of work into Borderlands 3, and they ultimately didn't see the return for that. But the owners of Gearbox did, in the sense that all of these income-producing assets have been acquired, and ultimately those were costed against the bonuses that would be going towards those individual employees. So I think the person who sort of provoked the article would have the view that there is a difference between owners and developers. I have my own answer to that one, but, you know, again, I want to be able to articulate the other side as well as my own position. This is a VIP section, huh? How adolescent. It's amusing when people try to separate themselves to feel important. Solitude has so many uses and benefits for me, but exclusion is a side effect, not the purpose. But how can you really think properly when you're not alone? Talk it through? I suppose that's what I do, but with Crowley. He is a harsh judge, but fair. Either way, a dance floor won't serve my purposes. Let's move on. You know, companies pay to be on the Steam front, right? Like, I think it's $100 to list, so... I mean, I know $100 isn't a lot for a company like that, but the whole idea that people are getting free promotion on Steam is not actually true. If you wanna put a game in the Steam database, you actually pay Steam for that. They'll give you the money back if you, like, out of the money you make, but that's money that basically Gearbox gave up to be listed on Steam. I mean, I suppose that's just up to Steam. I mean, like if they want to prevent, I mean, so like Steam obviously is the one that puts in a clause that says you can't have a price that's different than than other storefronts. And I mean, to me, that's the kind of stuff that makes me like, it's kind of like when what was it? I think Apple tried to organize with some publishers to like just try and deal with the fact that Amazon was like ridiculously underpricing books, and in that case they got in basically an antitrust trouble for that. So like you can't kind of like you can't have a cabal that's like sitting there and fixing prices. So generally, I tend to think actions that specifically prevent people from realizing a better price than they otherwise would have is the sort of things that really is anti-competitive, as opposed to competition, which is sort of recognized in exclusives, which is sort of recognized in competition law. But it's in the end, I think it's a taste thing, right? Like, some people like the Epic Store, some people are indifferent to the Epic Store, and some people really don't like it. And I've always kind of felt that we're on stronger ground when we just express those preferences directly, rather than sort of come up with rules that don't exist. Like, if Steam wanted to tell Gearbox you're not allowed to have, Borderlands 3 on our store, they'd say it. But the fact of the matter is a lot of people just waited a year and then they bought Borderlands. It doesn't seem to have been the case with Darkest Dungeon 2. Darkest Dungeon 2 seems to have been doing quite well on Epic. So, it's tough. But like in the end, I just really don't see what a big deal about releasing a game. Like, when a game is announced on Steam and it has a certain release date, and they delay the release date, I don't like get mad at the developer for taking free advertising for a certain period of time. Borderlands 3 was listed on the Steam store. It's not like it got a big special banner promotion that only happens for released games. And it was eventually available, for sale on Steam. I personally, I don't see what the big deal is, but obviously people feel strongly about it. Well, what do you mean? Are we talking about Gearbox promoting it? Because that's their money. Or are we talking about Valve going out of their way to promote it? Because I don't remember seeing any banner advertising for it. I own Darkest Dungeon 2, but I suspect you mean, will I play it on stream? I've not quite decided that yet, because I've actually not yet finished the first one on stream, and I would like to get back to it at some point. Sorry, I gotta check. I gotta get back to chat once the big fight's done. I could have been so much better at this. I think we still have a date that we can use to heal. Okay, you're not against time exclusive, that's the dev's prerogative, but to sit on a prominent storefront for as long as they did, and then 6 months later, actually we're not going to be releasing on your platform for 18 months feels dirty for me. So, but we haven't really dealt with the heavy promotion thing, right? Because so far as I can tell, Steam did not go out of its way to promote Borderlands 3. It would seem to me that that's the only people doing promotion is Gearbox. And at that point, isn't the story really that Gearbox is driving people to Steam? You know, like, and the other thing I'll say about this too is that, you know, at a particular time, like there's a bunch of Kickstarters where people got really mad at them. And like the fact of the matter is that nobody could have anticipated a new storefront becoming available. And I don't really think it's fair on some developers to say, because you didn't anticipate a Steam competitor coming out, you're not allowed to take that deal. Some people feel uncomfortable about it, which, you know, fair enough. Again, as you say, it's up to the dev, but I just don't see what the big deal was with what Gearbox decided to do, right? You know, if you wanted to buy Borderlands, you could buy it wherever you want. You know, you could buy it on Epic, and if you felt really strong about Borderlands on Steam, sure, you wait. But it seems like people were happy to wait, and I just don't see how Steam was harmed. More importantly, I don't see why we need to, like, I don't really know why we need to be protecting Steam's feelings. Like, they're gonna be fine. Okay, but I mean, that's just, like, so if you get served Borderlands 3 content, is that, like, so if that's just reflecting the fact that you like Borderlands, I mean, what do we make of the people who visited the Borderlands 3 page, saw that it wasn't yet available on Steam, and then they decided to go and buy one of the other things that Steam's recommending? Like, does Gearbox say, oh wait, no, that was supposed to be money that went to us, you need to pay us for advertising? Like, it seems to me that's a two-way street, right? It's a bit of a narcissist even after death, but energetic, if you let him talk about himself. Name dropping? Sorry, I didn't mean to brag. I just thought you might find it interesting. Fame is powerful in the emotional realm. People like Mr. Daniel thrive there. His whiskey's reportedly often not the best, but he said, what's the point? He had other goals. What goals? Rowan shrugs uncertainly. I didn't want to interrupt. The connection was weak. He probably sought the usual, love or power or both. Rowan eyes you thoughtfully, but shrugs again, standing and stretching. You decide not to give a gift for now. So I'm trying to be better behaved on this round just because this will give me a chance to heal up or get my coffee back. But I'm pretty good at self-sabotage. Okay, full health, full coffees, and some loot to show for it. Beware, Alfred. If you come closer, your weapon will see your true heart. I forgot we were at the boss already. So I really liked this boss fight when I first encountered it. A little fear of intimacy is healthy. Nobody likes an oversharer. Don't listen to its taunting, Alfred. Oh, God! You're stronger together. You know it. Ah! I didn't need to grab that coffee. I also think the vocal part comes in at a perfect timing. Intimacy is dangerous, you know. Better to play it safe than stay alone. risk so much to let someone see the real me. Ah! Masterfully executed. I feel closer to you already. It's pleasant. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and we might be here for a bit. Almost important. Semi-important. Okay, actually, it's starting to ramp up a bit for the XP. Okay, so urgent. Have you seen Crowley? Only with you. He's gone. Really gone. I don't know what to do. I'll be right there. Okay, Sawyer. Oh dang, I already owe you 1 or 2 or 3. But I have to ask, I'm in trouble with my prof. Can you come back me up at the college? I'm not good at standing up for myself. I'll be there. Building H, room 5. Pocket is missing and I found a pair of brass knuckles in my kitchen. Is this a threat? Did you take my cat hostage? The knuckles are your cat. I don't know what that means. Wait, something's happening. Well, Pocket's back anyway. Sorry for the accusation. I guess he was sleeping somewhere here. Oh, and he wants to go out. I'll watch him. So, there, he's out. And looks like he's headed for the museum. Have fun. I have a little present for you. Because you said you liked the beach, so... Maybe there, maybe 7 p.m.? Okay. See you soon. Yeah, so I think probably let's take care of Sawyer and 7 first. Because that should probably be the last... Well, we know where the beach is, so... Well, but then again, Sawyer does need help with the with the prof, so... You arrive at the classroom to find Sawyer being scolded by their history professor. You simply cannot survive in this world if you're always forgiven for every mistake.
Uh-huh.
I know, I'm really sorry, but I'll make it up to you. Professor raises an eyebrow as he notices you. Are you here for the next class? We're almost done. No, he's with me. As a friend, I asked for support. Support? Am I so very intimidating, even to someone as sharp as yourself? Professor, please, if you let me retake the test, I'll show you. I know the material. What happened? I was a few seconds late turning in my final, and he gave me a 0 out of 100. Please, Professor, I'm begging you. I really need this credit. I have no interest in your groveling. It's the policy. You knew the rules. I'm just being fair to the other students.
Man.
If I fail this course, everything is ruined. I can't afford to take it again. They've learned their lesson. Have they, though? Or have they learned that they just need to cry a little bit to get their way? Professor looks at Sawyer thoughtfully. Let Sawyer answer. Sawyer takes a deep breath. I understand that you have to punish me, and I know my choices have consequences. But I worked really hard the rest of the semester. Please take that into consideration. Oh, very well. I'll only dock you 20% of your grade. Now off with both of you. Sawyer murmurs a quick thank you, and they leave the classroom in a hurry. Can't fight all their battles with them, you know. Some things they have to face on their own. You follow Sawyer out, and you walk in silence together for a few minutes. You find yourselves by the beach. Sawyer looks out over the ocean thoughtfully.
I almost totally tanked my semester there, just by not paying attention for a few minutes. It's scary how quickly things can change. Like when you cook something at a heat that's too high. Thanks for trying to help. Your support means a lot. I just wish education only measured my learning and cared less about rules and conforming.
I feel you, Sawyer, but rules are useful sometimes.
Yeah, they're often there for a reason and keep us safe. I know, but some rules are just there to give someone power over someone else, you know? And no matter how hard you try, someone with power over you can take everything away.
Not everything.
Yeah, nobody can stop us, right? They can't take away our friendship.
Sawyer leans into you for a long hug. They wipe their eyes. Come on, Chef. Semester's over. Summer's coming to an end. It's just me and you. Let's celebrate. I'm hungry. What do you say we grill up something on the beach barbecue? You handle the fire part, and I'll go get some ingredients. What do you want? My treat. Whatever.
Uh-huh.
Grilled eggs and blueberries. The Sawyer special coming right up. We spend the evening grilling and chatting, watching the sunset. You know, Alfred, I wouldn't have survived this semester without you. Financially, academically, or nutritionally. I don't know what you're planning on after this summer, but even if you leave Verona Breach, I will always admire you and try to learn from you. Heavy Heart Throw also stuns enemies so they cannot attack, and Prepared. So I'm certain this is deliberate, but I really do like how once you, at least at level 6, the like the titles of the attacks seem to like it definitely seems to add a little something to the encounter. All right, I'm going to take a very quick break. I do need to make a quick trip to the bathroom, and then in general, it's probably not a bad idea to just get up and stretch, take care of yourself. I'm going to possibly go a bit later tonight. I know I'm going to be streaming late just because I started late, but I want to prepare for possibly going a bit deeper into the night than I was planning. So with that in mind, I'll just make sure I have caffeine. Olaf will be happy to know I'm actually drinking coffee. And just in general, I want to try and just try and take care of myself. So if you have been watching, especially if you've been watching since the start and haven't gotten out of your chair, now would not be a bad time to just get up and just do something. Move. Remind yourself that you are flesh and blood, and you can, in fact, move throughout you have 3 dimensions to move in. But I will be back in just a moment, and please enjoy the lovely music.
let it be. To live in our fluidity, love each other, but both got bodies reaching. But it's so easy to get caught up with our meaning, and I don't wanna lose you to a landslide of my insecure feelings. But it's so easy when my ego is dreaming. I know what's good, how the world works, and what we are needed. I know that you are here insecure feelings, but it's so easy when my ego is dreaming, and I know what's good, how the world works, and what we are needing. I know that you are here for a long, long time, for a long, long time. I know that you are here for a long, long time, for a long, long time. Waves, knowing I can breathe again, soft on my skin. You hit me in waves, overwhelmed for a moment, rolling but joyous. You hit me in waves, you hit me in waves. Easy, feeling the last breath I had this summer. I know I can't stay in this place forever.
Perfect timing. So first of all, I am really, really sorry about the delay. I pretty much once I got up from the keyboard, my coffee's fine. My water is decidedly not. So I didn't just spill my water, but I actually broke the glass. So in addition to having a big mess to clean up, I wanted to make sure that the glass shards were gone. So I think it's another one. So I had a friend who worked at a bar who like brought a bunch of pint glasses home. Like I have like or used to have 3. I think I have 2 left now. So sorry about that. I probably should have said something in the chat, but it seemed to me like that was the better thing to deal with. So anyways, we're good to go. And for those of you who are still here, sorry. And yes, sorry, Uncle Cranky is, that was the real reason I was gone. I was actually trying to do my best Uncle Cranky impression, but couldn't quite pull it off. All right. But I've been wanting to ask, why do I oil the pan for potatoes but not bacon? You spend the rest of the night discussing cooking techniques.
Bye!
Eventually, you head home. You've reached Monk's maximum love rank with Glaive. Hope you're having a good day, Chef. You too. You bet. If you put in the effort to have a good day every day, then after you leave Verona Beach, you'll remember it as a happy place, one where your friend Sawyer is waiting for you patiently. And come back soon, deal? Oh, man. So one of the things that I find oddly affecting about this game is the fact that I'm just so recently coming back from Vancouver after being away for 5 years and realizing how many people were really happy to see me and had been waiting that long to see me. So I don't know, like I'm just getting like mushy and awful about it, but that's a really nice thought. Deal. Good. That's all we can do. Where are you? Okay, before we deal with Pocket, let's go to Capulet Beach. You find Seven strumming a guitar on the beach. He's very focused and hasn't noticed you. He picks a few chords here and there, trying out a few melodies.
What?
Eventually, he notices you and startles.
Hey.
Hey, sheesh, way to spoil your present. I was hoping to surprise you. I wrote you a song. It's probably terrible, so it's okay if you don't like it. Stop being self-deprecating. Sorry. Wait, is that self-deprecating too? Sorry. I'm sorry, I gotta screenshot this. There is somebody who needs to see... There is definitely somebody who needs to see that. Just wanted to give you something small. Nobody else has heard it yet. It's called Alfred in Verona. I'm more of a dancer than a singer, so there's no lyrics. Just my feelings, okay? Seven plays the guitar, carefully avoiding looking at you as he plays. Watch him carefully. You can see the concentration in his jaw and neck, focusing completely on playing for you. You spend a peaceful moment together, joined by the music.
Hey!
A voice yells out over the beach, interrupting your moment as the sun sets.
You! Leave him alone!
How dare you, Alfred! I trusted you! I pet cats with you! You Yoko? Excuse me? Don't give me that. You know what you did! Lady, I don't know what you're talking about, but you have to calm down. Oh, she's mad that we broke up the band. You broke up Blade Generation, the best band ever. The fan club knows everything. Her lower lip trembles and her eyes fill with tears. It's all the fault of evil Alfred and his sexy wiles.
What?
You know we're just friends, right? That's not the point. Alfred destroyed my favorite thing in the world. Hold on now. You think Sungwoo and I can't make our own decisions? That's insulting. You're pure sweet boys. No mortal deserves you. Especially that one. Olivia points at you accusingly. Just follow Lucky Seven instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. we've got your fave, Sungwoo. What's the big deal? But Sungwoo's gone back to Korea and I just thought I could be the one. It doesn't always work out the way we think it will. Alfred is my best friend. Nothing you say can change that. Olivia's eyes leak and she starts making choking sounds. But you're still young. Lots of time left to make your mark. And cats love you. I don't care about dancing or even cats right now, and I don't need your advice. I'm just gonna go.
Later.
Take care. Olivia trudges off through the sand, eyes on the horizon. You both watch her go, wishing the best for her. You blush to realize Seven's staring into your eyes.
I guess the world is finding out about Blade Generation and about us. I feel so lucky I have your support in the adventures to come. Nothing like a best friend behind you to make you feel strong. When I met you, I was in a deep depression, consumed with envy and bitterness. Now, I have so much to look forward to. I have so much energy. It feels like a dream. One where you stepped in and made everything better.
But you'll have to put up with my fans. Olivia won't be the only one who's upset. Are you okay? We'll be fine.
Yeah.
We will. Best friends take things as they come, together. And you can wield me when I'm feeling weak on my own. We'll be an unstoppable team. Alright, Survivor or Burst. Survivor, chain lightning damage is higher when you're on low health, and effects, we'll go for Burst. Seven smiles at you, fingers wandering over the guitar. It's getting chilly, and I didn't bring a jacket. Let's go home. I was hoping you'd say that. You head home together and watch some shows comfortably together on the couch. Seven tries to act casual and his tone is flippant, but you feel the electric heat radiating from him. I feel drawn to you, but if you don't want to do anything, then that's cool too. I thought we already resolved this. Snuggling isn't quite where I imagined this going. Let's say, what do you mean? Alfred, your games and jokes might make me blow a fuse. Tell me, do you want me? Not like that. Okay, I need a moment to cool off. Let's just watch another episode. You feel his breathing deepen as he calms himself, and you enjoy a cozy night together. When he leaves in the morning, his guitar stays behind, tucked under your bed. You've reached max love level with 7. Hey. I'll come get my guitar sometime. Figure no rush, right? We gotta hang out anyway, as much as possible before you go home. Time goes by so quickly. See you soon, I hope. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken... oh no, sorry. It's Rowan as well. How could I forget Rowan? Do we have... Right, we were gonna catch up with... Yeah, we were gonna catch up with them to see what happened to Crowley. Sorry. Oh. Before I go too far... Valkyrie band. An angel costume. And true royalty. So I'm going to try the headphones. Valkyrie band doubles all damage. Flower crown, carry more beverages but fewer zines. I think that's it. And yeah, it looks like the costumes don't actually change anything.
Good day.
You find Rowan pacing back and forth, distressed.
Facts!
Was it a demon, perhaps? Or a vengeful spirit? This has never happened before. Maybe I drove him away. I have been difficult lately. I've looked everywhere. I've set out his favorite snacks. It's been 2 days and no sign. I'll be okay. You don't know that. Maybe it won't. What if he's actually really gone? I just lost Alice. I can't stand to lose him too. It'd be more efficient to split up and look, but I don't want to be alone right now. I don't want to be alone ever, really. That's why I got a familiar in the first place. Where should we start? I'll follow you. When someone's stressed and asks you to make a decision, it's probably because they don't want to. We're wasting time. Let's start with the mountain, I guess, since it's nearby. You trek up the mountainside, calling for Crowley. Crowley! Only the breeze blows in response. Rowan grits their teeth, clearly gathering resolve. If he really is dead, then I hope it was swift and painless. Don't think about that yet.
Future.
Denial won't change reality. I must know the truth. Let's just keep looking. Maybe the beach? He likes to harass seagulls. Their hands ball into fists as they charge downhill. You follow, unsure what to say. Crowley! There's no sign of the raven, but the seagulls play in the winds. In the winds over the ocean. Crowley, you idiot! Where are you? When I first bound Crowley to me as a familiar, he was just a fluffy little chick. I knew I'd probably outlive him, but I thought I'd have more time. It's only been 6 years. Don't give up yet. I'm just not sure what else to do. Never mind. Anyways, I tried, but he's gone. Either on another plane, or he doesn't want to answer. Rowan wipes at their eyes, clearing their throat as dusk gives way to night. A familiar woman approaches from down the beach, looking worried.
Hey.
Hey, Alfred, Rowan, everything okay between you both? I heard some shouting. Everything's under control, Mandy. Alfred is just helping me look for Crowley. Familiar's gone missing? That doesn't sound like him. I know, he's been acting strange for a few days now. Sorry, I haven't seen or heard anything. I'll let you know if I do. You're a bird watcher?
Mm-hmm.
Of a sort. Let's go around to the club. See you both later, I hope. She treks off down the beach thoughtfully. Rowan releases a long breath as a sigh. Let's just take a break and regroup at home. Tea will help us think. Good idea. Rowan nods, scanning the skies one last time before turning homeward. You walk back to the mansion together in an awkward silence. Rowan closes the door behind you and hesitates, brow furrowed. Do you smell that? It's like tea is brewing already. Evermore. Howley! What in the name of all the goddesses are you doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. The raven looks away, coughing.
Nevermore.
Carly flutters up onto Rowan's shoulder and starts softly preening their hair. Well, once was enough. I'm not forgiving you that easily. I was very upset. Rowan turns to you. They still seem emotional, but you notice their shoulders are more relaxed than before. Thanks for all your help today, Alfred. Without you, it would have truly been a nightmare. Alright. So, implacable, gravity wells last longer, or they're bigger. Let's do bigger. Mind if we will postpone our tea? I need to give this irresponsible bird a thorough thrashing. Don't hurt him. I promise I won't. I'm just a bit angry, still. I think that's reasonable under the circumstances. No one gives you a slight smile. The first you've seen them manage all day. You head home. It seems Crowley was a little jealous of you. Maybe insecure, too. He's not really used to me having friends. On the plus side, he's bonded with good old Roosevelt. I'm sorry for all the fuss. Crowley's sorry, too. You okay? Yes, I appreciate you asking, though. Thanks. Okay. We'll deal with Pocket. If we can avoid a dungeon trip, great, but I have a feeling we're probably going to have to go. I think we'll maybe go back to the original one. You find Pocket outside the Verona Beach Museum. He's looking at you expectantly. Hey, what's up? He flicks his tail nonchalantly. His fur looks freshly clean and brushed. Would you like to offer a gift? No. Decide not to give a gift right now. The door opens suddenly. Pocket jumps out of the way, eyes wide with curiosity. Oh, if it isn't the elusive Alfred. What luck. I want to discuss our next date. Pocket is suddenly on full alert, as if someone has stepped on his tail. God, stand back, Alfred. I know this cat. He's a dangerous, wild beast. Eric tries to kick at Pocket, but the cat sprints past into the museum. They do not allow dirty animals in places of sophistication. Never hurt him! Eric flinches back from your fury. You imagine his tail would be between his legs if he had one. You brush past him into the museum lobby. You enter just in time to see Pocket's tail disappear into the prehistoric exhibit. You follow, browsing the dinosaur bones and surreptitiously checking nooks and crannies. Eventually, you find him gazing at a saber-toothed cat skeleton the size of a panther. Study the skeleton. I love this touch. I wonder who wrote the Pocket bits. You take a moment to admire the skeleton's preserved ferocity from tusk to tail. The label reads, I'm so bad at pronouncing these, Smilodon fatalis, excavated in Verona Beach, California state fossil. Pocket releases a small wheezy sigh at the Smilodon. This your great-grandma? So, mobilize lasts longer or finisher. We gotta do finisher, so scaredy. Pocket blinks in surprise and stares again at this Smilodon skeleton with wider eyes. He takes a deep breath, chest expanding, with apparent power and confidence. Pocket turns on his heel, primly walking back to the lobby. Security guards approach and he loses his cool, scampering out and down the street. He browses the rest of the exhibit before heading home. Yo, what happened? Pocket's been acting really weird. He's more educated. And we should stop attacking my feet. My slippers are destroyed. Jeez. Okay, so we don't have any obvious dates. It looks like we're actually already maxed. Oh, God. If that number's right, we're exactly where we need to be with Rowan. But Pocket, we're going to need some effort. So I think what I'll do here, let's go to Verona Mall. I'm going to start with one round of Rowan just to make sure that we can... Like, I don't know if you have to wield someone in a dungeon to get to the next phase. So we'll do one floor with Rowan, and then we will take care of... we'll take care of
Forward.
Pocket.
Let us be the chariot together.
Oops. Maybe this time I'll try and get a better handle on the zines. Is it the same song? Yeah, I'm almost certain this is going to be the same song the whole time with the headphones on. That's fine. I mean, it's not a bad song, but I think we're going to get kind of tired of it by the end. So this actually has a specific purpose. So with Rowan, it was mostly just making sure that we might be able to get to the next level, or the next like level. In the case of Pocket, we do actually want to try and get some experience here. So in this case, probably the best thing for me to do would just be to try and make it to the boss. You put a token in the machine and start playing. Pocket paces back and forth. Suddenly, you realize that there's a paw in your hand over the button. You look over, and Pocket is standing on the arcade cabinet intently. He taps your hand with his paw again, pushing the button underneath. Want to play? Pocket wails on the buttons with both paws, as if they were bongos. He doesn't get a very high score, but afterwards he seems much calmer than before. No. Oh, Jesus, I didn't mean to give it to him. Pocket bats at Vodka with his paw until it falls onto the floor. You pick it back up. Pocket rubs against your legs and transforms back into a weapon ready to fight. Oh, man. I didn't even think... So I've kind of... I'm aware of the... I don't know if it even counts as a bug, but just the quirk of the UI. So, like, if something is still highlighted... Even though you're putting your mouse... Like, if you put your mouse over something and the item in the menu is still highlighted, the thing that's highlighted is going to be selected. So, like, the game sort of is giving you feedback in terms of what it thinks you want. But obviously, I'm just kind of used to games sort of having this feeling that... Like, yeah, just an intuitive feel. So yeah, I did not actually mean to give the cat vodka. But that was a fun response nonetheless. Okay. You gotta have a lot of confidence in a song to have it be an option for every floor of a dungeon. Vending machine offers several choices. This one. Okay, so we will take care of that, but we are going to do the rest of the level first. Wow. Pocket jumps over the fountain's edge gracefully. You decide not to give a gift right now. Pocket leans down to sniff at the fountain's water curiously. His nose accidentally touches the surface and he startles backwards, falling off. Are you okay? Pocket hisses at the fountain and walks away, tail primly in the air. So I don't know if I miss out on the experience for going through the level, but in this case here I figure we can go through the mystery. Climb down into the darkness. Gotta save up my money from the dunge and stop getting defeated by the likes of yous. They allow humans down here now? I thought this place was exclusive. It seems you're worthy to sharp at the heart of Verona. Oh god, I forgot. There's a bunch of stuff that we can get. Digital camera. Better than the one you own. One in your phone. Probably. Blue lipstick. When you're so blue, even your kisses make someone else blue too. Crimson lipstick. Bold yet classic. A violet bomber jacket made of 69% nylon. Nice. And 31% cotton. Rose. Alright. As you wish. Stay safe out there. That reminds me, there is another store I want to visit. Okay, we do get the levels. Okay. I am still going to proceed to the end just again so we can rack up the score on Pocket. Pocket jumps up on one of the chairs, sniffing curiously. Would you like to offer a gift? No. This has not gone well. Pocket accidentally pushes a button and the massage chair starts vibrating. Show him it's safe. You settle into the chair nearby and turn it on, enjoying the massage. Pocket stops hissing, but still stares at the chair, wary of betrayal. When the shaking stops, he gives the chair a single claw swipe and stalks away. Ah! I hit hard enough that most of this is usually just a one-shot takedown, but it's I still keep getting hit by the static. I also don't have my Phoenix crown, so if I blow it, there's no second shot. Okay, I was gonna say, I can still go after the. I'm thinking that maybe level 36 is a bit high for Verona Mall Floor 5. Pocket's voice is higher and shriller than usual as you open the ice cream stand. He goes straight for the vanilla, pushing aside the chocolate and fruit flavors. He closes his eyes and licks the ice cream contentedly. Is it good? He doesn't seem to hear you. He is too deep in the vanilla zone. Pocket soon stops licking and starts washing his paws and face, still purring. Good kitty. Pocket stares at you disdainfully. Would you like to offer a gift? Do I have ice cream? Decide not to give a gift right now. Pocket sneezes and then goes back to bathing. Eventually, he pads off somewhere towards the dungeon without looking back. Sorry I'm not making the cat noises as we go through, but I figure that's one bit of reading you'll forgive me for not doing. So if we need to do another dunge run to get to level 6 with Rowan and Pocket, I don't think... What I'll do is I'll go to like the very bottom of one of them and just make sure... well, I might have to do 2 dunge runs in that case. But anyways, we'll go to the lowest level that we can. So try showing Pocket the sculpture. He doesn't seem to notice it. You wonder if it's too big and stylized for him to see that it's a cat. Help him see it better. He permits you to pick him up, and soon his ears perk up. His nose twitches. Pocket squirms from your hands and runs towards the sculpture. Pocket leaps into the shrubbery. It appears that he was chasing a bug of some kind. After some time, he emerges, tail flicking. You decide not to give the gift right now. You return together to the dunge. I guess I need to stay. So I'm trying to get a read as to exactly how that jump attack works, because it sometimes feels like I'm able to get through projectiles, and other times I'm not. I'm guessing it's because some of them they register as attacks, and other times I've been mid-jump. Pocket jumps up to the fountain's edge gracefully. No. So not to give a gift right now. Pocket leans down to sniff the fountain's water curiously. His nose accidentally touches the surface and he startles backward, falling off. Okay. Pocket hisses at the fountain and walks away, tail primly in the air. It is kind of fun to just bully the enemies for a bit with a very overpowered character. Maybe I just need to feel better about myself. That was unexpected. I do like this one. Pocket's voice is higher and shriller than usual as you open the ice cream stand. You go straight for the vanilla, pushing aside the chocolate and fruit flavors. He closes his eyes and licks the ice cream contentedly. Glad you like it. Doesn't seem to hear you. He's too deep in the vanilla zone. Pocket soon stops licking and starts washing his paws and face, still purring. Good kitty. Pocket stares at you disdainfully. You decide not to give a gift right now. I can't remember how many floors there are on this one, but I will try and pick up the pace. I'll still do all the events and such, but I'll maybe be a little less... Well, I haven't exactly been the height of caution, but here I'll try and... Oh, wow, okay. I thought we were a little bit further than... Oh! There we go. Pocket jumps onto one of the chairs, sniffing curiously. Pocket accidentally pushes a button, and the massage chair starts vibrating. You settle into the chair nearby and turn it on, enjoying the massage. Pocket stops hissing, but still stares at the chair, wary of betrayal. When the shaking stops, he gives the chair a single claw swipe and stalks away. Ah! Yeah, I probably don't need to get too clever with the jumps, and I just need to punch the... incoming projectiles. So again, exit's up there, but I want to make sure that I can get whatever XP I can. I figure we go deep once here, and then we can do a couple of shallow runs. Did you fall through a time warp, Uncle Cranky? I feel like that BRB screen was a while ago. But no, I actually I don't excrete. I have perfect digestion. Everything that goes in is converted into some kind of, some kind of useful purpose. It's just all you jokers with your imperfect digestion systems that. Screaming at Domino's New Zealand because their staff can't read plain English. So, I don't want to ask what you ordered. I want to ask what you got. Did you get a Sawyer pizza? Pocket jumps on the fountain's edge gracefully. Nope. You decide not to give it a gift right now. Pocket leans down to sniff the fountain's water curiously. His nose accidentally touches the surface, and he startles backwards, falling off. Graceful. Pocket hisses at the fountain and walks away, tail primly in the air. Got what you ordered, but it took 2 attempts because you had to read the receipt and tell me why this is wrong. Why was it wrong, though? Loot that I could crash. There we go. You got me on pins and needles now. I'm curious. I'm curious about the origin story. Oh, let's see how Pocket handles ice. It's just frozen water. It's not going to end well. Pocket looks at the ice, then at you, and then at the ice again. Show him how. You demonstrate ice skating for Pocket, moving your feet slowly to show how it works. Pocket curiously walks onto the ice to follow your example. It doesn't look like they carry skates in his size. His paws slip and slide. He tries to run back to solid ground, but loses his balance and falls. You help him get off the ice, and he begins licking his paws and sighs furiously. Eventually, Pocket finishes his bath and sighs, recovered. You decide not to give a gift right now. Pocket perks up, ready to return to the dungeon. So one of the things that's interesting about the deeps is that it's so run down that like any one of these things could potentially be a any one of these could potentially be like a secret. That or there just aren't secrets at this level. I'm not sure which to read. Ah! So ordered pizza, garlic bread, and a drink. Wrong drink provided. Said to the staff, read the receipt and give you the correct drink. Check the pizza, and it was wrong. Called them back over and said, read the receipt and tell you why. Okay. I mean, so if the garlic bread was the only common part, is it possible? I mean, I don't know what their operations are like. Like, I don't know if the delivery people have anything to do with the preparation or if they're grabbing pre-prepared stuff. But is it the possibility that the driver basically grabbed the wrong order? Again, I've not actually, like, anytime I've ordered pizza, and God, that's got to be years now. I've always picked it up, so. Actually, if I remember correctly, there was like a pizza deal for a Dota 2 tournament. That was the last pizza that I ordered. It was a pickup order. Oh, fair enough. Oh. We've reached the boss. It took me way too long to realize the caterpillar thing. But I really do like this as the boss for Fear of Change, for obvious reasons. Oops. But yeah, sorry sounds like a frustrating trip. I always found at Starbucks we kind of, I mean, this is going on some time, but we always kind of justified some of the more difficult customer interactions as it basically being that we were the final line between someone and their morning pick-me-up. But I got to assume that probably food service, it's a similar problem. Like, if someone's hungry, they're obviously not really gonna be in the mood for stuff getting missed. So it turns out whoever is manning their Twitter account is similarly lacking in reading. Okay, now I'm gonna have to go on Twitter to see see what you wrote. There is one case of I think it's a Foodora order. Anyways, one of these delivery services. And I think somebody had ordered sushi. This is a game developer. And I think they had waited several hours and had talked to multiple customer service representatives. And so eventually they wrote this incredibly sarcastic, but like very well written and like funny description of possible explanations as to why the meal had not arrived, which I thought was actually, like, that was just funny to read. But I looked into, this is a game which has some pretty good modding support, so you can basically go in and see the guts of it no matter what. And apparently all the debugging messages are actually relitigating that that food incident. Basically, it's an eternal. It's like it's an infinite loop that keeps going through the delivery messages. So. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm not sure what I would do with someone saying I'm not interested in freebie. Like, it could be that there's a standard policy on the offer, but I'm certainly not here to defend Domino's. I am sorry you were inconvenienced, and I hope that you've actually gotten something to eat, because I know that is frustrating. I tend to if I have to order something, I tend to do so because I'm really hungry, and obviously an interruption to that is not conducive to happiness and well-being. All right, you hear a tapping on your window. You see Crowley pecking at the window with a scrap of paper clutched in his talons. Open the window. Crowley hops inside and performs a small bow before presenting you with a note. The note reads, Dear Alfred, I invite you to join me in, meditation at St. Drogo's. At the bottom, there's a roughly scratched sorry. Crowley clicks his beak, watching you curiously. Give him a tip.
Goodbye.
Crowley's feathers bristle, and he shakes his head, and then he hops out the window and flies out of sight. Put the note away. I'm letting Pocket out, by the way. Worried he's looking for a fight. I'll keep him safe. I hope so. Okay, Pocket's out. Good luck finding him. He found Rowan standing quietly to the side, unmoving.
Good day.
Alfred, you came. Apologies for sending Crowley, but I'm tired of my prism. It makes me anxious. Hence why I'm here, though I wasn't sure if you practice meditation. I don't really. This place is suited to it. The ley lines, the incense, the acoustics all contribute to a peace of mind. I was hoping it would grant me some freedom from my darker thoughts. No luck yet. It's been some time since Alice passed on, and I still can't seem to let her go. Everything reminds me of her, even places I've never been. I feel her everywhere. She'd want to see me move on, but I just can't. Crowley gently preens Rowan's hair with his beak. Rowan sighs. You lost someone close to you, Alfred? You seem so energetic. Not yet. Rowan smiles ever so slightly, a touch of envy in their eyes. I don't know, it's all good, Uncle Craggy. But I mean, like, again, it's if somebody, like, so here's the thing, like, there's two ways of potentially responding to somebody being inconvenienced as far as, like, a food order is concerned. And, like, one can be, it's like, oh God, there's, like, so many more problems in the world. Don't you know what is happening in Ethiopia right now? But it's like, I know what it's like. It sucks, right? You know, you want food. It's not working out. And now you're hungry and you're frustrated that, you know, something that was supposed to be convenient is now actually turning into a headache. And I think most people can relate to that. So, you know, no, it's, I mean, it mattered enough to mention it. So, you know, I'm not going to turn around and be like, oh man, I don't care about your nonsense. I got to talk about what I'm interested in right now. So, yeah, no, you're all good. But again, I do hope you got your food, because that seems to be the most immediate kind of, you know, at the risk of being like flippant, like that does seem to be the most immediate solution to your, you know, to your situation right now. So, the thing with food odors is often people have food allergies, which can be quite serious. A minor mix-up now could result in a major issue in the future. You just took, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I mean, with anything, right? It can be an issue. I don't know, like in my own case, I try to be as sanguine as I can about most of the stuff like that. One of the things I actually disliked the most. Now I've had this problem before. I was at a McDonald's because I've noticed their coffee is quite cheap and rather good. So if I'm gonna order a coffee, I'll tend to stop by there. Come to think of it, I think it was actually taking one of my free coffees because of the number that I buy. So I had to go to the till because you can't use like a freebie coupon at the machines. There was a guy in front of me, and what he did was, so he watched the people in the restaurant, like the workers, and like they're obviously busy. I think they're dealing with Uber orders or something like that. Now, in defense of the customer here, of which I am one of them, it is one of the basic things, right? That you acknowledge that people have come in and that you get you just make sure that people have been acknowledged and that, you know, you know what they need. But I will also say that, especially with the social distancing guidelines, it is sometimes kind of hard to tell who's just sort of meandering around waiting for an order to be taken in, and somebody who's kind of waiting at the till to be helped, right? So what this guy decided to do was, rather than like register with one of the customer service people, like, he's made eye contact and stuff like that. Instead, he decided to take out his phone and time them. So when one of them eventually does come by, he decides to really rip into them and like specifically points out the time that it took and so on and so forth. And at this point, they're just really trying to take the order. And I'm like, so again, I'm trying to have some sympathy, because I have definitely had some cases where I've stood in a lineup and someone is clearly like just doing their cleaning or whatever, and they have not even bothered to like to come over and help me. And I'm like, well, this is the spot for the line. I'm really not sure what else I could do to try and get your attention here. So I'm a little salty about this. But generally, I try not to like be nasty about it. But this guy like would not do his order. Like, he just really wants to keep going on about how inconvenient it is for him to be left waiting at McDonald's or something like that. So, without any sarcasm, we're almost at the order part. Without any sarcasm, the rep actually says, is like, if you'd like, next time we do have the kiosks over here. He's like, I don't do the kiosks. And again, this starts another rant, and my hope that this guy would do an order. So I was really close to just saying, is like, once you're done, am I allowed to rip into you for wasting my time? But again, I'm less confrontational in person than I am in my head. I mean, the thing is, with someone like that, I'm assuming that, I don't know, they're just going to find another person. That guy did not strike me as the kind of person who's going to like start something with me, but I am going to assume that there's going to be someone else in, who's not in a position of power that they're just going to take it out on. So, I just kind of tried to be nice to the person afterwards and just say, hey, I've got a coffee coupon. Do you mind if I use it here? Nope. It's like, okay, thanks. Get my coffee, thank them, wish them a good evening, and I'm out. No, actually, this is a young guy. Well, I mean, like, not young, but like obviously, like someone who should know better. But no, like I have no idea why this person didn't want to do the kiosk. I mean, the other guess I would have is like he doesn't do the kiosk because he can't yell at them. But I don't know. Like it's tough. It's a weird one. Like I know my broadcasting history will not always suggest this, and certainly, some stuff in writing, some stuff in emails or whatever, does not always suggest that I'm, as cool as I would like to be. But I guess in one sense, I would, at my best moments, prefer not to cause more misery in the world than it already has. But from a purely like transactional point of view, I actually find one of the most unattractive traits in people are people who kind of, dump on people in service jobs. And it's kind of like you're in a coffee shop and, Mr. Important is, in there, being mean to the cashier or whatever. But then you hear them on the call and like clearly it's a boss that they're talking to, and all of a sudden they're not, they're not the most important person. They're not, in a position where they can just sort of like beat everyone around. And again, like it's just, to me, it's never been a good look. But obviously somebody who's able to kind of handle an inconvenience without, I don't know, without like I mean, again, like I think it's just because I have a certain sympathy for working jobs where you're paid less than what you're worth, or I've tried to, I don't know, I've always kind of found it just to be sort of a negative signal of, but I mean, on the other hand, like it doesn't mean that I think people should be pushovers. Like sometimes there really is somebody who is just completely out to lunch and not not doing the job, and it would be nice if they'd sort of be roused from their slumbers. But again, like for a guy like that, the guy who I saw in the McDonald's, like that ceased to be about the problem. Like, sure, let them know that you were waiting a bit. Let them know you were upset about that. If that, lets you sleep at night, that's fine. Anything beyond that, at that point, is wasting my time. And more importantly, like, I don't know. I feel like a McDonald's job, you're not really being paid enough to be someone's, like, emotional vent. So. Yeah, no, like I'm definitely not. Sorry, I want to be clear. This is not an effort to be like a coded like condemnation of you here. This just happens to be the last kind of customer service blow up that I've seen, and in that particular case, like I definitely feel like that guy was out of line, and it's weird because I have actually been like I have been that guy. At least as far as the weight is concerned. But I think probably the point where the two timelines diverged was... Oh, I just got a message from Miss Ariella, if you were watching. I just got your message, sorry. But anyway, sorry. But yeah, where the timelines diverged was like... I can't ever imagine taking out a timer so that I can use it as like evidence for the yelling part. That seems to be a level of like unhelpfulness. I mean, in the end, presumably you want the shortest distance between you and the order you want it to make, but I don't know. Rowan smiles ever so slightly, a touch of envy in their eyes. It's only the youthful dead that escape this pain, huh? It's a natural cycle, and yet we resist it. I hope I can be there for you when it is your time to suffer, just as you've been here for me. Fatal Attraction. When an enemy dies to a gravity well, you automatically get 3 stacks of the boost. They gaze at the statues of saints and angels thoughtfully. I read that in modern courtship rituals, people swipe right when they don't like someone. Do they? I thought it was left. It seems dangerous. You could sever an artery that way. Glad I haven't been rejected so forcefully. Right means you do like them. Mm-hmm. What? Well, maybe that's why I haven't been swiped then. Hermitude has its advantages. I come here to remind myself why solitude is healthy. St. Drogo is the patron saint of the unattractive. I find his self-imposed seclusion comforting. Decide not to give a gift right now. Rowan is definitely... So, Rowan's an interesting one in the sense that I don't feel a very close attachment to them. But I definitely find them a very interesting character. And I like where they're coming from. So I guess this is one of the ones where, like, I have some friends who are definitely into, like you describe someone as they're spiritual. That would definitely be the description of some of the friends that I have. And so while I don't particularly share that set of beliefs, I kind of appreciate the level of consideration and attention that they put to it. I kind of like the way that Rowan's touched on a lot of that, but there's been lots of different little avenues and alleys where it's gone through. And I feel in the case of Rowan, I'm really getting a good idea of their worldview and how they see themselves, and also some of the stuff that they're working through. So again, this is actually one thing I quite like. So, actually another good example would be Sunder, who I find an interesting character, but is the one I'm like least attracted to as a person. I find Isaac admirable. But like the character I definitely feel the most affection for is Sawyer and Pocket. But yeah, no, I like the fact that I kind of have opinions of each of the characters. I made a show about love magic before, but who knows if that compatibility would even be constructive. Given my ambitions to master the arcane, I should be grateful that we will remain only friends. It's probably best that Crowley and I remain on our own, devoted to study. It'd be a good life, well spent. You deserve love too.
No.
I don't deserve anything. Nobody does, in my opinion. But I do like your company. You give me confidence that I might find love someday. I mean, I just want to appreciate you and your time spent with me while I have it. Let's stop talking about embarrassing things and just meditate for a little while. Together. Can you show me? It whispers soft instructions to focus your attention on your breath and drift away from thought patterns. With your eyes closed, you feel your breath lengthen and your body relax into a deeper awareness. In that moment of peace, you feel Rowan's presence beside you more strongly than ever. Eventually, you open your eyes and share a smile with Rowan. Thank you for that, Alfred. I think Alice would be honored by our time here. So yeah, like that's a great little example there where obviously Rowan has a very intense and complicated personal life. And in that moment of meditation, you get a chance to sort of see them for who they are. It's actually, so I feel like this came up last week, but okay, before I go too far on a rant, is anybody here who wants to hear a rant? And two, how many of you in chat are familiar with any of Plato's writings? Like, has anybody here read The Symposium or Phaedrus or something like that? I'm sorry to ask it really bluntly like that, but it's mostly in terms of frame of reference, because if I'm explaining a bunch of stuff that everybody already knows, then I'm going to seem like a condescending jerk. And if nobody cares, I should keep it to myself. And if people would be interested in hearing about it, I'm happy to kind of give a little bit of a primer. Of course, if you are familiar with it, my summary is going to be incredibly unsatisfying, but that's kind of a given.
Farewell.
I'll hope we can do it again sometime. You head home. I guess a prism is easier for chatting than Raven notes, so what kind of tea are you drinking today? Oops, forgot you don't like tea. What kind of beverage are you drinking today? Coffee? How come I like tea? It seems this is not as fascinating a topic perhaps as I first thought. Let's just fight monsters as if I didn't waste your time. Thank you. I guess we have to find Pocket. Plenty of fish in the sea. Oh, right. Was it El Granero? Looks like the Los Angeles Ballet Company has come to town. Okay. So, opera. They're for an Italian opera about doomed lovers. Concert tickets. They're for an up-and-coming duo called Marsky and McQueen. I think that's the cologne we have as well. Ballet tickets. A traveling company of ballerinas and ballerinos is visiting Verona Beach. And then Holy Energy and Dark Essence, but I don't think we have any need for that. The machine displays a picture of a hand waving. All right. Sorry, I'll try to keep this short. So I don't think this is entirely where it's going with Rowan, but I hope I remember this correctly. So, one very common idea associated with Plato is the idea of the forms. And so there is quite a bit of philosophy that happened before Plato, and it's somewhat trying to solve a problem in philosophy before him, and I'm going to largely avoid that particular conversation. But basically, the idea of the form, as you'd usually be taught, would be that you have got sort of an essence of a subject. So, I could maybe take like a chair, and then you could say, okay, could you describe a chair to me? And I'm like, okay, well, I got one right here. It's got 4 legs, and it's made out of wood, and there's this backing on it and such. It's like, okay, so and then I've got an office chair here, so somebody will look at this office chair and they say, okay, so that's not a chair. It's like, oh, well, of course that's a chair. It's like, but it doesn't have 4 legs, and it's got wheels on it, and it's made out of fabric and metal, not wood. It's like, okay, well, maybe it's something that you sit on. It's like, okay, and then you'd go and you'd point to the bed, and it's like, okay, so that's a chair. It's like, no, that's a bed. It's like, okay, but you sit on that. It's like, okay. So the idea here is that all chairs are participating in some essential chairness. And you could sort of say that there is this perfect concept of chairness that they participate in, and that you have this form, which I believe is supposed to be a real thing, whether or not you can specifically see it. But essentially all chairs will take place in the form of chairness. It's an instantiation of this perfect ideal. Now, obviously, the chair example is a little bit silly, but if I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure it's in Symposium. It could be Phaedrus, though. You do have... these are 2 dialogues on love. And if I recall correctly, Socrates sort of talks about this experience, this woman that he speaks with. And it is sort of this discussion of, love, basically love sort of participating in the good is sort of the highest form. And so, in the end, love is sort of one of these things that you kind of use to gain a greater understanding of the good. And the reason why I'm actually hooking it into Symposium is that I think what I was going to describe is not actually in Plato, but is actually in a Neoplatonist called Plotinus, who I think it's on beauty. Again, it's been a while since I've read this stuff, so it's kind of blurring together. There's this really nice description of it. And it is this idea that, you see someone, it could just be that, at the first level, you're just attracted to them, right? This is this is an attractive person, you're interested in them. But then you will sort of gain this deeper appreciation, and it's not just, them. It's not just a particular instantiation of beauty, but you are beginning to appreciate beauty itself. And then from that, you're not just gaining, this appreciation of love for this particular individual, but this grander concept. And sort of it's kind of almost this ladder that sort of leads you to this great and profound understanding that, you're not just seeing this person that you have deep affection for, but you are truly seeing the true essence of what it means to love or to experience the good, which I always kind of found for all I know, I might be a mathematical Platonist, but I would definitely not call myself a Neoplatonist. I would not consider Plotinus to be sort of some deep foundational belief on my part, but I've always found that to be a very affecting sort of description. It's one of those things I want to be true, even if it's not necessarily the way that these things tend to work. Although I do think there is something really nice about the idea of sort of going from an instance of something to gaining sort of this great, very wide perception of things. But for whatever reason, whether or not it came up with Rowan before or there was that specific moment there, it definitely brought that to mind. And I'm not 100% sure why. But sort of this idea where, you're spending... And I mean, again, I think some people can relate to this, right? Where you've spent some time with someone, and either it's the light, it's the moment that you find them in, maybe something happened to you, maybe, for whatever it is, there is a moment where, they're not just your friend, or they're not just, that person you had a crush on, or whatever. But you actually gain a real appreciation for who they are as a person, right? In this case, I kind of think in the meditation moment, I didn't necessarily just see Rowan, my friend in Boyfriend Dungeon, but I got a chance to see Rowan, that person who has largely been hidden away from the rest of the world, and potentially through their own choices. And there's, any number of reasons why Rowan may not necessarily want to be sharing themselves with their outside world. So yeah, it's just one of these ones. I mean, again, you can do, you can go back on Plotinus's world, right, where we're not just looking at the artwork, but the artwork has gained, given us that deeper understanding in terms of what does it mean to, to love or appreciate beauty and such. I actually think Plotinus is, now that I think about it, I think it was on beauty, but one way or another, it was, I don't know, it made me think of it. If there is sufficient interest, I will make sure that I'll make sure that I do my required reading for the next time that I do it. And if there was no interest in that topic, I apologize for wasting your time. You find Pocket wandering outside the mall. You follow him until he stops in front of a pet store. He pulls something out from a hiding place under a bench and nudges it towards you. Cat ears. The cat ears look like they'd fit you perfectly. Pocket's ears are perked up proudly. Aw, you shouldn't have. You think you hear a faint purring in response. Then his eyes wander to the pet store's front window. There's a display of pet mice and birds available for purchase. Pocket drools. Pocket releases a little wheezy sigh of longing. You notice a familiar street cat approach. Pocket tenses up, claws at the ready. The street cat slows as he gets into range of Pocket's attack, and finally sits just out of reach. Pocket's fur fluffs up with tension, but he doesn't move. He doesn't know what to do. Think of the Smilodon! Your voice makes him startle and he jumps, panic in his eyes. The street cat steps forward menacingly. Pocket loses his nerves and dodges between your legs, transforming into a weapon. The street cat pauses, staring at you and Pocket. Her tail twitches. He's with me. Meow. Somehow it sounds like a solemn pronouncement of some kind. What is the cat saying?
Huh?
Olivia almost bumps into you on her way out of the pet shop.
Ugh.
Oh, it's you. Get out of my way. Wait, hey, I know this cat. That's a start. My old roommate's cat. What are you doing here, girl? Olivia reaches down to pet her head, but Astarte slinks off just out of range, ears flat. She was a rescue, was always moody. I mean, a jerk. A jerk with magic powers. It was like she could teleport out of locked rooms. Poor kitty, she probably is just really strong and sneaky and smart. I mean, she's a magical cat witch, leading a secret cat coven. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you show, Alfred. You deserve better friends than him anyway. See ya. Olivia walks away and Astarte watches for a moment before finally standing. The street cat wanders away after her pronouncement. You reach down to pet Pocket and he accepts your touch. Not sure what the street cat said, but something has changed. Hey, Whiskey. Listen, you'll briefly become invulnerable after a finisher. Did you just arrive, or have you been here the whole time? Realize Pocket's leaning into your hand, and the soft purr is starting to rumble. Good kitty. Pocket purrs loudly, ramming his head into your leg in a surprising display of public affection. You decide not to give a gift right now. Ah, excellent. You spend the afternoon together until Pocket gets distracted by a pigeon and runs off. You head home. OMG, look how cute he is! Oh, I didn't realize you could look at the whole image. Oh, sorry, wrong number. All right. Finally, I've done it. I've made contact with Alice, or at least with my deepest concept of her. You okay? I don't know. She was rather angry with me. I guess I can't blame her. I'd like to see you and explain our next phase. Want to take a walk with me? I'm up on the mountain. What phase? Come if you want to know, or don't if you don't. I'll be here. Alright, so we may be able to dodge another dunge trip. Oh, actually, before I do that, though. As much as I like the song, I'm thinking we need some different headwear.
Good day.
Rowan is looking out over Verona Beach in unusual attire. Laundry day? You look great. Good, because it's rather warm today to be wearing this many layers, I must say. I'm trying to reach beyond the veil. Symbols and metaphors are powerful. I thought maybe wearing our traditional family robes might help, and maybe it did. Either way, I found Alice in my heart, and she really lashed me, called me a coward and weakling. When it comes to how I treat you, she said she was disappointed in me. She expected better. How do you feel? I'm not sure. What she said was true.
I've been leaning on you, and on Crowley, too much. It's been unbalanced. You're my best friend, always there for me. You've shown me so much patience and generosity of spirit.
So, acceptance or eternal? Yeah, we'll do acceptance.
And yet I've taken advantage of your kindness. I'm sorry for that, it's not right. I always call you in a crisis. To help me with grief, or with Crowley, or with everything. It's like I've treated you almost as a tool, a medicine, or a playmate. You deserve better. You've helped me grow as a scythe, and as a person, sharpening me. I want to do the same for you.
You do help me.
Thank you for saying that, but I could be doing so much more. So from now on, I want to be equally giving. To meet you halfway. When I first met you, I thought you were the weak one. But you're stronger than I am. If we're going to be long-term friends, I want us to be equals in all things.
We each have strengths. We do, but I plan to use mine to help you more often. I can already feel Alice approving. We're on the right track. But if I backslide, I hope you'll call me on it. Habits can take a time to break. Don't worry so much. Rowan releases an exhalation of relief. Thank you. Crowley mutters something softly into Rowan's ear, and Rowan nods. And Crowley got you these. His friends will be quite jealous. They hand you a handful of small, rounded beads of glass.
Pretty human.
So, what's new with you? Any interesting people you've met? Monsters you've destroyed? You walk down the mountain as the sun sets, filling them in on the recent events and chatting. May I offer you a cup of drinking chocolate gifted to Alice by the Mayan nobility? It's a family treasure, but I'd like to share it with you and give you the full tour of the estate. You can spend the night if you wanted to. I'd like that, as friends. Rowan leads you inside, and you spend a quiet evening together wandering the mansion. You learn more about arcane artifacts and occult history than you ever thought possible. Rowan asks you a few strange questions that seem like non sequiturs, and then tilts their head thoughtfully. Crowley mutters something softly into Rowan's ear, and Rowan nods. You don't need any more stress right now, but after this business with Eric is resolved, if you're curious, I could train you in the arts. You have remarkable aptitude. Magical arts? You could call them that. I think of it as understanding the true nature of the world and myself. You chat into the night until you start to feel sleepy, and then head home. You reached max love rank with Rowan. So I'm kind of curious why, like, Rowan is named, I think Sunder is also named, but Sawyer was called Glaive. I mean, it could just be a change that they made partway through, or it could be, because I know there was the discussion about, like, Glaive, Gladius, and such. So I think it's just Pocket that we need for the last. So, I know you must return to your home soon. Crowley seems to think you can fly. I told him surely not. I can in an airplane. Aha, of course, technology also has its uses. Not that it matters, really. The important thing is that you'll be far away. For a time, anyway. Our paths are forever intertwined. Definitely. I hope it is friendship that binds us more than the wounds we take from that katana. Time will tell. Have you seen Pocket? He hasn't been here for a few days. I hope he's okay. Me too. Brownie face. You feel something outside the door. The best way to describe it is a presence. You open the door to find the one-eyed street cat. One-eyed? Really? Astarte staring at you. She flicks her tail and walks away, looking back to see if you're following. You follow the cat at a safe distance. She leads you through the streets, her paws making no sound on the concrete. You wonder that the city seems oddly empty for such a beautiful evening. She turns and you seem to have lost her in the alley's shadows. Where did she go? Pocket, you there? A rumble of thunder shakes the sky, but there are no clouds. Your eyes adjust and you see green and yellow eyes blink at you from all sides. After a moment you realize it's not thunder, it's purring. Hundreds of cats surround you, watching intently, ready to pounce. Oh, this is like the end of the Matrix Revolutions. As if by one mind, they all rise and flow past you, and you are swept along with them. You find yourself back at the park, at a hole in the hedge that you never noticed before. The cats flow into the hole in the hedge, and you think you see Astarte's tail flick as she ducks inside too. The park looks the same, yet somehow larger, or have you grown smaller? What's happening? Nobody answers. It seems whatever lies ahead you must do yourself, without help or protection. You hesitate, noticing that your hands have become paws. The hole glows ominously. You step forward, enjoying the cool of the earth against the pads of your paws. Peace washes over you in this place, smelling of herbs and summer afternoons. In the way of dreams, Pocket and Astarte look at you, and you understand what's happened. You sense Pocket has been fighting for you, literally clawing to get you accepted here as a brother cat. Eventually, Astarte accepted you as part of the extended feline family and a place beyond fighting. Before you know it, your fur is combed by a comforting tongue. A rumbling purr shakes your ribcage. Sulky. After you're hurt, the next attack will do more damage and immobilize, or 9 lives. After you're hurt, you get a speed boost. Let's do Sulky. You look into his eyes and feel a deep, abiding, familiar love as he grooms you like a brother. Purr. You luxuriate in the gentle affection, like having your hair brushed. Pocket licks your forehead in affection. You sense Pocket is not his true name, but that you are beyond names here. He's grateful that you believed in him, and he's given you his deepest trust. You fall asleep in a long sunbeam, longer than a lifetime of afternoons. you wake up warm and refreshed, but with a heavy weight on your chest. After a moment of disorientation, you inspect your paws. Hands. They're hands again. Fully awake, you see Pocket is asleep on top of you, nuzzled into your neck. Eventually, Pocket gets up and stretches, watching you curiously. I love you. Pocket pauses and then begins washing his paw. Maybe he's hiding a smile. He looks comfortable in your apartment. It occurs to you that you've never seen him quite so at ease. After a moment, Pocket jumps in with a chirrup and slips through your open window. You watch him pick away along the rooftops. He looks back at you, tail curled. Wave. Pocket hesitates only a moment, blinking slowly before he slinks away into the cityscape. You have reached maximum love level with Pocket. Hey, is everything okay? Pocket was gone all night. Yeah, he was with me. Good. Whew. Cats are more like roommates than pets, you know. Roommates with fuzzy tummies. Gotta give him freedom. Oh well, I'm glad he has you for a friend. Me too. Smiley face. Okay, I think that is all of our business. So let's go to Naked Steel. So we don't have any assurances that this is the end, but definitely if a game tells you, make sure you're prepared. All right, yeah. From this point on, you can only continue with a rank 6 weapon, and you can no longer save the game. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. We're going in with Sawyer. Jesse leads you into the weapons shop, whispering.
There's a trap door here somewhere. Aha! There!
He pulls at a metal ring in the floor, exposing a staircase down into the darkness. Looks like a trap.
Yeah, but it's one we're setting. Come on. You built all that confidence. Now it's time to use it. You've gone down plenty of stairs in the dungeon. Just take a deep breath.
Jesse leads the way, holding his phone in front of him as a flashlight. You take a deep breath and follow Jesse down. The air is oddly warm as it slithers around your feet. This is Eric's private forge, huh? Not bad. Now what? Impatient? I guess if I were being used as bait, I would be too. I'll get warmed up for some smithing. Meanwhile, you text Eric that you're here, and then I'll be ready when Katana gets here. What? Why? It's obvious Katana has some kind of mental or emotional link with Eric. After you text him, Eric will fixate on you, and Katana will come here, I bet. At least, I'm pretty sure. So what do you think? You said you were ready. Bring up your phone. Your finger hovers over Eric's contact info and hesitates. I hate this. Here, no worries. I'll do it. Give me your phone for a second. I'll type it and then block him. You hand over your phone and watch as he types, "I'm here," and presses send. See, I wanted to say that because I didn't want to use Eric. I know he's a jerk, but I don't like the idea of using him as something. Anyways. He hands it back to you with a nervous smile. You unconsciously wipe off his fingerprints. Thanks, guys. Just helped stop a monster. Now I've got to get warmed up. Jesse starts stoking the forge. You sit and watch, facing the door. Just as Jesse starts getting a good heat going, you see someone on the stairs. With a quiet rustle, Katana slips in, eyes bright. Alfred.
Whoa!
Oh, hey there, Masamune. I have an upgrade ready to give you. A blood groove would make you more, Quick, Alfred, what would Eric want it to be? Elegant.
Aha!
Well, Masamune, you'd be so much more elegant with a blood groove. It's true. A groove to let the blood flow out when you stab someone is a new technology. Just come over here to the forge and I'll upgrade you. You hear another set of feet on the stairs. Go with them, my firstborn. Get your upgrade. It's for the best.
Lies.
He really does have a will of his own, despite my best efforts. He must have inherited some intellect from the metal he shares with your weapons. My weapon? It's like I told you. It was wrong, but I took pieces from the other weapons when I gathered materials. Wait, so you abducted weapons and took bits from them? To build this? That's one way of putting it, but I want to fix it. Really. Come on, Masamune. Don't you want a bit of hammering? It'll be like old times.
All I want is Alfred or death.
Katana approaches you, his grin spreading. The kind of people you want in your foxhole. I confess, I did think of love as a battleground with a winner and a loser. That's the whole problem. I wish I could take it back. Katana. Ah! Sorry, I do want to read the dialogue, but this is... Oh, crap. What's happening to him? Or to me? It feels like we're coming apart. Oh, I see a piece of me growing out of him. Let's end this. Eric shudders. A dark energy links him to the forge and Katana.
He's inherited my worst impulses. Nobody will be able to hurt him more than his own self-loathing.
You have to choose your words carefully. Eric and Katana are psychically linked.
I can't say I blame him. I hate everything about myself too. How I look, how I talk, how I act.
Oh man, we really pegged this guy back in the first episode. Why act that way then? Eric flinches as if you'd struck him.
I don't know. I'm just an idiot, I guess. Probably don't deserve to live.
Katana giggles and glows, growing in power. Oh, okay. No, I know how to fix this. Not getting through. Eric, what is this? Whoa! So I think I just need to dodge this stuff for a bit. Ah! Oops. So yeah, I wish I could have said something different to Eric, that there's still room, time to change. I thought the idea here was that right, cleared the forge dungeon. New plushie can be found in your apartment.
You did it! I hoped, feared, that he was invincible.
Don't you dare try to make a better one. No more weaponsmithing. Just chill out, okay?
Chill? I'm already completely empty and hollow. I can't be more chill. But it's clear to me now what I should do. What I must do.
Apologize?
I'll say it again if you want. As many times as you want. I'm sorry. I really am. I regret so many of my choices. My relationship with weapons has been unhealthy. Where yours were all based on trust and intimacy, mine were about power.
Heavy.
I need to talk to a professional before I hurt anyone else. I need to learn how to love.
Yeah, good choice. More people should go to therapy.
Eric nods, self-loathing cold in his face. I actually kind of want to know what the difference would have been if I told him that he could change. You escort Eric out of the forge, up to the stairs, and onto the street. Goodbye, Alfred, Jesse, Sawyer. I hope I can earn your forgiveness someday.
Bye, dude. Good luck, getting help.
Eric gives you a final bow and leaves, eyes downcast. I'm sure you're both tired. I'm exhausted, and all I did was watch. It's been a long night. I could party. Yeah, right. I know you only have a couple of days left in Verona Beach, so let's make some kind of plan to celebrate tomorrow, after I get some sleep.
See ya.
Jesse hugs you and wanders off towards his house.
We did it! We saved the world! Saved, you, anyway. And now you are going to go home? Do you really have to?
I'll remember you.
You gotta. Or else I'll take a long revenge. I'd think some mean things, maybe. Just kidding. I'll miss you too much. Ugh, but I hate the whole idea of saying goodbye.
They crush themselves against you in a gentle hug.
I'm gonna be your super friend forever. So deal with it, wherever you go.
They run off before you can reply. You head home and collapse into bed. In the morning, the sun rises like any other day, but this is your last day in Verona Beach. You don't have much to pack, some clothes and a few keepsakes. It only takes a few minutes. It's all over. The thought of getting on a plane makes you conflicted. You take a deep breath, feeling this moment take root inside you. Soon after you finish packing, you hear a familiar knock on the door.
Hey, cuz. I have a full day planned before your flight. Give me your luggage. Let's go.
Go where?
Just don't worry about it, okay? Come on. Everyone's waiting. Put on this blindfold.
He warmly jostles you out the door. You follow him downstairs and then across the street. You hear a familiar crashing of waves against the sand and then reach for your blindfold.
Ta-da! Everyone's here, and we're ready to party in your honor. Whoa!
I do like Sunder being in all the shade. A little light beach reading. You spend the day swimming, chatting, and having fun together. As the sun starts to set, you realize your flight is going to leave soon. It's time to go. Jesse calls you a taxi, and a silence falls as each of your friends considers what to say.
Time always seems to fly when we're spending it together. Farewell.
Alfred.
Be good. And I'll keep trying to be my best self, too.
Goodbye for now. Stay safe and watch out for ducks, okay?
When the summer started, I was feeling dark and alone, but you really helped. Thanks. Take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. For me. And hey, maybe as Lucky 7, we'll have more freedom with our schedule.
At least, if you approve of the travel budget as my agent.
I'll be thinking of you every day. I hope you don't get tired of my texts. Bye, for now.
Pocket headbutts your shin, purr roaring like a motorcycle. You give him a head pat goodbye.
You've been a great comfort to me in my time of need. Blessed be.
Pretty human.
Hey, are you okay? You can come back, anytime you want. Thanks, Jesse. You're so welcome, seriously. When you arrived here, your mom and I were pretty worried about you. You got so nervous, you could hardly talk. You didn't seem to know how to meet people, always afraid. Now look at you. You're the real you. I'm grateful I got to see that transformation.
Thanks for all the memories, cuz. Give your mom a hug for me, okay?
You get into the taxi as the door shuts behind you. You realize you're already making plans to return. And that was how you spent a summer in Verona Beach. The end.
Hunting, I'm on the lookout for something. lonesome, but I feel alive. Your love is filling up my time. Breathe in, I keep my words on the ceiling. I'm aiming with a plastic gun. A little guarded, but a lot of fun. I don't know why, but keep carving out space for more. I've learned to keep a careful eye. Let it break down all the doors. Loving you is more.
Anybody have any thoughts on the game? I'm going to enjoy the rhythm game. It's actually kind of neat. I think you're packing up all your stuff before going home for the credits.
Watching eyes, I feel the dark coming through the light. I'm ready now to take my place, to stop a bullet perfect in its face.
Well, it's a little hard to read all of the credits on the some of the special thanks. And thank you for playing. Yeah, we'll let the Kickstarter backers have their... Oh, I gotta have to do this manually? How do I even... It's 49 pages. I don't think I have time to... Alright. With due respect to the Kickstarter backers, I think we gotta move back. Yeah, I really like this game. I think that kind of goes without saying. I definitely think it's interesting that... when I say like, I like the choice that Eric is given the opportunity to make amends and work and improve himself, right? Especially because you can sort of see, I suppose, to a certain. So I mean, we talked a lot about how you can gain an understanding for somebody like Eric. In the first episode, and so a lot of that really came through the first time we played, and it was interesting. It actually took I kind of wound up falling into the thinking that it was more like, okay, this is somebody you're like designed to hate, but no, like it does actually seem like we did a pretty good job of pegging for who he was, and to a certain extent, you can kind of see it being the just kind of the dark mirror of where you're at. So when you start the game, you're kind of unsure of yourself. You don't necessarily, you've never been on a date. You're being set up with someone. I suppose kind of you. I mean, for all I know, this could just be like me talking about myself, but to a certain extent, you can sort of see how, you could become an Eric quite easily. It just, in your case, you grew, and you helped others. Again, it was, I mean, it's made pretty explicit in terms of what Eric says at the end. He seeks to dominate. He kind of seeks to... He describes them as power relationships. I suppose to him, he will see it as either acquisition or control. And to a certain extent, I mean, again, like if you consider the idea, if it's a dating sim, if it's a game about building a relationship, obviously that does involve putting yourself out there, potentially putting yourself in a place of vulnerability, and it's not necessarily about the collection or about kind of getting the maximum points. I mean, to a certain extent, right? You're playing a game where you get experience in your relationship to level it up. And so, mechanically inside of the game, as well as just the possibilities of who you could be as a person, it's entirely possible that you can become someone like Eric, right? You go down the wrong way, you think of it the wrong way, you wonder why you're always rejected, you wonder why you can't get a date, you feel like you're owed something. And every single one of these kind of kernels of an idea have the possibility of you becoming someone like him. So it's one of the reasons why, at least earlier on in the game, again, I definitely tested my patience, but where I tried to build at least an understanding for his position is that a little bit like any good villain, ultimately there are things that we see in ourselves, or at least we have the potential of becoming in ourselves. And so ultimately it's why I like I like that he's kind of given the opportunity to work on himself and improve. So it doesn't undo the harm, but you know, obviously I think he's presented as somebody who is sincere in his wish to make things better. I am actually going to see, I'm curious if it's going to take me to the final encounter one more time. Yeah, so I'm going to try just one more run here. We'll bring... no, you know, we'll go with Sawyer again. I just want to see my preferred dialogue option, because I think I misunderstood.
Yeah, but it's one built all that. You've gone.
I think I kind of misunderstood what we were trying to do. I basically thought there was going to be some more dialogue, so.
Whoa. Aha. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. La. Hmm.
Ah, Jesus.
He's inherited my worst impulses. Nobody will be able to hurt him more than his own self-loathing.
You have to choose your words carefully. Eric and Katana are psychically linked.
I can't say I blame him. I hate everything about myself too. How I look, how I talk, how I act.
Okay, actually, so, yeah, it could be that I wound up making the right choice after all. So there's two ways where this can go. So why act that way then? And this is the thing that allows the self-loathing to happen, or to take its effect. So there's time left to improve. Again, you're trying your best and there's time left to improve. Both of these are potentially permissive of Eric's behavior, and as a consequence, it may mean that Katana is actually protected. So I'm curious. Again, I kind of wanted to see what this dialogue option does. So it's time left to improve. Eric looks at you with a flicker of hope.
You think so? I want to believe there's a way. Somehow.
Okay, yeah. So it doesn't really matter which option you pick. I know we just did that. I'll do to the end of the fight, but it is kind of interesting too if you think about the final battle. Part of it is actually you not necessarily. So again, if you think about Eric's mistake. Actually, let's see what happens if the number... Oh, interesting. But yeah, so if you think of Eric's mistake, again, wanting to dominate, there's something interesting about the idea... Damnation. Something interesting about the fact that part of the fight actually is not you overcoming the enemy, but rather the enemy sort of being defeated by itself. So I do want to say the dialogue's a little bit different based on this, but I don't think it will.
He's inherited. I can't say I blame him. You think so?
Oops.
I mean...
Don't you dare try to make a better one.
Chill? I'm already... But it's clear to me now what I should do. What I... Exact... I regret so many of my choices. Were yours...
Okay.
Heavy.
We've been through that again. But yeah, I kind of said what I guess what I had to about the game. Like I said, I really like this. I hope... I really do hope those of you who've been on the fence on this one, give yourself a chance to try it out. Again, I think the characters are really well thought out, well done. I'm sure you'll probably have your preferences in terms of who they are. I find the combat elements, diverting, engaging. I'm not going to say that it's, if you are a fan of like Grim Dawn, that this will be a replacement for Grim Dawn. But I think it serves its purpose, and I think it's done well. It reminds me of Moon Hunters. I liked Moon Hunters, and obviously, part of Moon Hunters was not necessarily just the combat elements, but the overall journey you took and the story you told, the myth that you built around your character. And I definitely feel that this game is sort of following in that. I don't know. I kind of feel like it's following along those lines. So I think I probably wore out my welcome. I think we're kind of done. I think most of you've gone to bed. It wasn't that much longer of a stream, but I think I'm gonna leave it there. I hope some of you got a chance. Maybe some of you will see it on a VOD, or some of you, one way or another. We'll see the ending, but please don't let this one sit by. Again, I was given a key for promotional purposes. I'm very grateful that Kit Fox did that, but this is definitely a very special game, and I am glad that I had a chance to share it all with you. But I am done for tonight, and so I will leave you in the capable hands of... Who is still around? Alright, well, there's nobody streaming Boyfriend Dungeon. So we have got Night Valian playing Breath of Fire Part the Third. And I think he's a great choice to end the night with. So thank you everybody for watching. If you are interested in the rest of the stuff that'll be coming up, I'm going to be recording some videos over the weekend. Monday we'll be back to Stellaris. Tuesday will be another pre-recorded Oblivion episode. We have beaten the main campaign, so I'm going to be working on DLC for that. Wednesday is the actual Dirty Rectangles meetup. It seems that it was postponed for a week. So with that in mind, I'm going to be moving. I'll probably have to do either an earlier stream on Wednesday or just pass it by, for which I apologize. And then next week, I believe it is Mad King Brutus' birthday. So I might be doing something special for that. Anyways, I wish you all a good evening. I hope you have a good time with Night Valiant, and I will see you in a few days.